microphone's on the horn now. Is this my pen? Is this your pen? Did you leave this over here? Maybe I don't know. Okay, I think we're all set now. Okay, I think we're ready to go. I appreciate everybody taking, battling this little storm we have out here. It's not a huge one yet that I see. Up north, where I came from, way up on the Littleton area, it was not much at all up there, and it got worse as you went south here. So here we are today. We have hearings on 3 bills, and just some of the ground rules and reminders for folks. One, our Representative Weiler, we have a little rule in here: when the phone goes off, you buy lunch for everybody. So what we have today is we have the 3 bills, and the first bill on the docket is going to be 1131, and as a reminder from folks that we know you've come some very long distance to get here, and others have driven through this snow, which is not comfortable. But if you have something that's written, we'd appreciate that being provided to the committee so the clerk doesn't have to go and take all these notes. They can reference your testimony, and that will say "see attachment" in the record, so that will become part of the record. Also, if there's items which are being discussed, when we get really repetitive, that's how we end up with these hearings going 2, 3, 4, 5 hours, and we're hearing the same thing over and over. So try to, if you endorse something that has previously been said, stay that, and rather than having to go through it all over again. That really helps us all, and it helps you too get out of here. I know you don't want to spend your whole day here either. So we are streamed. This is live. It's anywhere that you have a computer, you can stream and listen to what's going on today. When you testify, we have a mic right available there, and you push the button. That means you're live and we're ready to go ahead. So I'd like to again welcome everybody to the committee. We have a good number of committee members here today, and I appreciate that, and I thank them. So I'd like to open up the hearing on 1131. This is a bill relative to facial covering policies for schools. And with that, I'd like to recognize our representative who's prime sponsor of the bill, Representative Weiler. Welcome, Ken, to our meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Representative Ken Weiler, Rockingham District 13, the towns of Hampstead and Kingston. Much has happened since we filed this bill last September. Mask requirements are being canceled everywhere. We need to protect the students so that the mandates cannot be declared in some future panic. I have 2 letters from speech pathologists. I have a letter here from Ms. Reed and Ms. Kolakowski telling about how it's making it difficult for speech pathologists and learning in general. And part of learning correct speech relies on seeing the face, especially the mouth and the expression of the person teaching speech. I also have a 29-page slides from Dr. Petty, and he's come here all the way from Vermont, and he's going to speak to you as well. That the harm is done not only in health but also in learning. You'll find the data there to prove the point. Most important point I'd like to make is the population that was subjected to this unnecessary burden is the least likely to incur infection due to immunity systems at their maximum. The statistics also show 0 mortality among this young group. Whoever made the mask mandate did not pay attention to the infection statistics. We will like pandemic panic. So please pass this bill so that those who make decisions on the management of our schools will not be allowed to impose this harm on our students. Thank you very much for all of you that came, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Representative Weiler. Are there any questions for Representative Weiler on the bill? Thank you. Did you have Dr. Petty here to explain further technical aspects of the bill, or?
He's going to explain, he's got this hand.
All the way from Vermont, right?
Yeah, I have this handout, and he's going to speak to that, and I think he has other handouts as well. Thank you.
Okay, so are there any questions of Representative Weiler? Not seeing, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the next representative we have here is Representative Melissa Blasek.
Thank you, Mr.
Good morning.
Chair. Members of the committee, I'm Melissa Blasek. For the record, I represent Hillsborough 21, the town of Merrimack. I'll keep this really brief. After the announcement from the governor and DOE Wednesday, you might be wondering why this bill is necessary. New Hampshire SBA sent a memo yesterday, and I would like to read some of it. The first part is just explaining about the announcement, but they finished with, throughout the pandemic, NHSBA's position was consistent with previous statements from the governor and commissioner that school boards were free to make their own local decisions relative to masking requirements. Additionally, numerous courts have found that masking requirements or protocols are within the purview of local school boards. So as you can see, there's some legal arguments going on with this, so that's why this bill is still very necessary. There are districts currently who are refusing to drop their mandates as of yesterday. And I just want to leave with, it's a basic tenet in our society that we do not place burdens upon children to protect adults. And this is a tenet that we have severely lost sight of over the last 2 years. And as a result, we have damaged a generation emotionally, physically, and psychologically. And we need to reverse course on this. And we're going to have an expert here to discuss why this has all been very illogical and unscientific, and we have done this to our children. So I urge you all to OTP this bill so that we can put the nail in the coffin of these mandates. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Representative Hobson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Blasek, for being here. I'm not sure that I saw that memo from the School Board Association. I was wondering if you could forward it to the
I
committee.
will, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Cordelli?
Thank you, and thank you, Representative, for coming out into the weather. Following up on a comment about children protecting adults, I was reading an article yesterday or the day before about a study. I'm not sure if you had seen it or maybe someone else has, the doctor, of 8 to 10-year-olds. And it said that they produce 1/4 of the number of viral particles.
Yes.
To go along with your statement that children are protecting adults. I wonder, did you see that study, and would you have any comments on that?
I don't think I've seen that study in particular, but they've been studying children and COVID-19. There's been research since spring 2020 showing that children are not significant vectors of transmission. Mostly children contract COVID-19 from adults, not from other children. So, and adults don't typically contract it from other children as well because, yes, they have lower viral loads.
Yes, follow-up?
Thank you. Following on to that, one thing I was always wondering about with the school mask mandates, the mandates apply to the time the child is in school, but the child is not in school for a good portion of time as well. And I am sure that, well, I'm not sure, but I imagine most parents are not requiring their children to wear masks at home or on weekends. So I'm just wondering, how effective are school mask mandates?
Thank you for the question. Well, there are also studies to suggest that most of transmission occurs in the household, because obviously that's where you spend the most amount of time with other people. It's prolonged exposure that creates that kind of transmission. Yeah, I'm not sure that we're doing, well, there is no research to suggest that any place with the school mask mandate had any correlation with reduction in cases or transmission in the community at all. So yes, I don't believe that we have accomplished anything. I think that this has been very theatrical.
Are there further questions from the Representative Hobson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks again for taking this question. Can you tell me where colleges and universities would fit into this?
I believe that this bill is only written for K through 12, and it's currently written for public and private. Listen, I'm looking to get something across the finish line. If just making it public would be okay with me, certainly. But it could hypothetically be amended to include public colleges and universities. Sure.
Are there further questions from the committee? Thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite Stephen Petty. Welcome to New Hampshire.
Thank you, and I came from South Florida, so it's a little further than Vermont.
Okay, so it's not just Vermont, because I was wondering, whoa, I look over my deck to Vermont every day. And
Does everyone have the extensive presentation, not the shorter one, but the longer one?
okay, those are, Melissa, those are the ones which are on top of that, the green stack right there. If we have 5, maybe we can, one going that way, one for the file for you. Representative Cordelli and I will look at this one here. And then we have, yeah, that's right, a couple down that way. Who has one? No, this is different. No,
This is the one that's going to be my testimony, but I'm just going to touch on about half of them, so you have all the information at hand.
yeah, we'll have this one go this way. Well, we'll ask, yeah. Okay, is there an electronic copy of this that could be sent to us?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
Wanted to thank Chairman Rick Ladd, the committee, Melissa, for the opportunity to speak, especially given it's snowy. I did grow up in the mountains east of Seattle, so I understand that. I'm just going to cover a little bit of this material, but the key high points that I think are most relevant based on the questions I've heard. By way of background, my name is Stephen Petty. I've spent most of my career, 45 years now, believe it or not, involved in protecting the public health and safety and worker health and safety. I've been named in 400 cases to protect workers as a exposure expert, exposure control expert, and a PPE expert. In fact, I've testified in 40 cases on the Monsanto Roundup litigation. I testified in Kentucky in May against the mask mandate. As a result of my testimony, the mandate was stricken statewide. So I won't go into any more background about me. There's a lot of stuff here, and I'm sure you can look me up. I do want to touch basically on the field of industrial hygiene. It sounds like it's dentistry. It's not. We have way too many physicians talking about industrial hygiene, which is the science associated with anticipation, recognition, evaluation, and control of things that will make people sick, impair their health, and cause discomfort and even death. And so it's kind of like having your heart surgeon do your dentistry. They both may be perfectly capable people, but you want one doing the job and not the other. And so when I'm in trial testimony, we have physicians talking about a disease, but I'm the exposure expert and exposure control expert. And I've done that over 400 times, named. The other point to be made is that let's talk a little bit about why masks cannot and do not work. I mean, believe me, if I thought masks could do any good, since my whole career has been protecting the public and public safety, I'd be right there. Unfortunately, it takes the air out of the room from things that would actually work. So I've got a plot here that shows the cases in New Hampshire over the last 2 years. And what you see is spikes in the winter months. I've been involved in cases, specifically one in Michigan federal court on masking, where the public health official said masking are the greatest thing we have available to stop COVID. And I said, well, that's a joke. I said, first of all, if you look at the cases in any state or any country, especially in the northern climates, they peak in the winter months. And we in industrial hygiene know why that is, because more people spend time indoors, and that contaminant concentrations are always greatest indoors as opposed to outdoors. And if, in fact, the masks are doing such a great job, you'd expect cases to drop with time. You can look at plots as well from almost any location where mask mandates were put on, and you you see the cases actually rise, they don't fall. So that calls into question that from 100,000 feet. You can look at epidemiology work, sort of ground level stuff. The best study out there, and a controlled study, despite what people say, is the Danish study by Bungard, where 3,000 people approximately were put in masks and 3,000 weren't, and they looked at increases in disease, and basically didn't find any differences. The only other study where you have a control group that I'm aware of that we can justify is a case study by Oster et al. And specifically, they looked at children in elementary schools. It's the only study I'm aware of, and it's here in my handouts. And they looked at masking of children, no masking of children, masking of teachers, no masking. And when you look at the data in terms of disease incidence, the lines within statistical bands fall on top of one another. That means they didn't make a difference. I've been asked over and over again about the CDC studies. I testified a month ago in Michigan federal court, and I'd looked at all 50. Every time I criticized 2 or 3 of their studies, they had a few more. The problem is when you actually read the studies, they suffer from 2 major faults. One, the studies don't have a control group. What do I mean by that? If you're going to say masks work, then you better have as equal a group as you can where the masks aren't worn, and then you look at the differences. And if there's a difference, then you can make that argument. But if there isn't, you can't. Well, if you don't have a control group, how can you say masks work or don't work? You can't say anything. The other thing is there's confounded studies, meaning that they do a whole bunch of things at once. Change air conditioning, social distancing, quarantining, masking, and they say, see, masking made a difference. Well, how do you carve out the masking component of that? You can't. So to my knowledge, there's only been 2 or 3 studies where you actually look at masks being worn and masks not being worn. And those studies show for sure that on an epidemiological side, they don't work. Now if you look at the micro level, and I have a slide in here I use all the time, and it's a cross-section of a human hair. And then I have a little dot on there that's 10 times the size of a COVID particle. And what I say is that the diameter of a COVID particle, 0.1 microns, is on the order of 1,000 times smaller than the cross-section of human hair. And I ask each of you who wear masks, can you slip a human hair by the side of your mask, especially on either side of your nose below your eyes? Of course, you can slip a lot of hairs by there. And the COVID particle is 1,000 times smaller than that. So it's like a super freeway. You hear this argument about source control. It's garbage. It doesn't care on the super freeway whether it's going one direction or the other. If there's the problem with masks is you cannot seal them by definition. If they could be sealed, they'd be called respirators. We can get into that as well, because there is some movement to N95s, but they're kind of the bottom of the barrel.
Excuse me, as you're going through that, would you just tell us what page you're on so we can follow along with you?
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I'm now on, I was on page 20. I apologize. The other thing I wanted to let the committee know about is we hear this argument constantly that droplets are stopped by masks. It's such a false flag argument. It's like shining a light over here when the argument's over here. Edwards and others have shown that 99.9% of the particles are actually what we call aerosols, less than 5 microns. So, and the problem with this is I'm on page 20, moving to page 22. You can look at the settling rate, for example, of droplets, which are over 5 microns, and they're on the order of minutes. When you look at aerosols, then moving to page 23, the falling time isn't in terms of hours or minutes, it's in terms of days. So these aerosol particles, and that's in still air, so if you stir the air up, they stay suspended even longer. So the problem you have with these little tiny particles is it's most of them in terms of COVID, and they stay suspended almost indefinitely. So, and the other thing is that the literature is clear that these small particles reach deep into the lung, and that's what causes disease. So the masks don't provide a solution for that. The other thing is, and I've said this in many public testimonies, the key is the gaps around the masks. Let's assume the mask is 100% effective, and it's not. If you get anywhere from about up to 2% of the area of the mask is a gap, you lose 75% of whatever effectiveness it had. If you get to 3%, it's 0 effective. Now, I took my Spirit Airlines mask, and I actually did an experiment. I had 9% gap area, 3 times the 0 factor. So it's the gaps, and there's literature out there that says you can, and I cite Drunick, that says masks can never be sealed, especially when you're looking at 4 to 8 hours of wearing these, and we all know that. I mean, it's just common sense. So the other thing I hear once in a while, and you should be aware of this, is, well, it does some good. And from a public health and safety standpoint, as an expert in that area, I would never recommend a solution that doesn't protect the vast majority of people. And we in our industry have a requirement that whatever solution we offer should offer at least a 90% relative risk reduction. In other words, if I'm going to provide a solution that protects people from asbestos exposure and asbestosis, do I really want to protect 1 to 10% of the people and let the other 99 to 90% get asbestosis? Of course not. The public would be outraged. And in that analogy, by the way, the asbestos particles on average are 50 times larger than the COVID particle. And what do we do for asbestos workers? We use PAPRs with sealed asbestos suits. So there's no way, if I was to put people in masks for asbestos exposures, I should lose every credential I have. So don't get trapped by that argument, well, it does 1 or 2% good. That doesn't, it's just not true. On page 30, I show the ASTM standard that just came out on masking. And it says basically we have no accuracy and no efficacy of knowing whether they work or not. But when you look at these mask studies, a lot of them, they assume perfectly sealed masks. And if you see the photograph on page 30, it'll look like that mask is glued to a sheet of OSB or plywood. I don't think that's how people wear their masks, to have them glued with super glue around their face. So even when you look at a KN95 in their scenario under Shaw, which is not a mask, the masks are around 10% effective if they're perfectly sealed, or around 0 if they're not. But the KN95s are around 46% effective, with real gaps are around 3.4. Do we really want to have something that only helps people at that level? Of course not. From our standpoint, from exposure control, we want engineering controls of dilution, ventilation, filtration, and destruction. That's what I've been doing for 2 years, and we've actually implemented it in a number of schools, and it works. Just to talk a little bit longer, we're starting to see some religion from some of the public officials. Scott Gottlieb on January 2nd kind of spilled the beans on cloth masks, and he says it's not going to protect you. He was the former FDA commissioner. He said a cloth mask is not going to protect you from the virus, quote unquote. And even CDC on the 14th said, you know, we're not too keen on these masks anymore, maybe you ought to move to an N95. And I'm on page 34. So we're told over and over again, I've heard this in court cases, follow the CDC guidance. Well, I say, which guidance on masks? I said, it was no masks early 2020, masks 2020, late 2020, no masks summer of 2021, masks fall of 2021, January 14th, well, we're not too keen on masks. In what world does the science change 180 degrees twice in 2 years? No science I'm aware of, and I was a senior research scientist at the National Lab. Alrighty, I want to talk just a little bit about this quasi move from masks to N95s. Be careful what you do. As soon as you move to a respirator, you have to follow the respiratory protection standard. It requires medical clearance. You can't wear facial hair. Must have a fit test. Must have an annual fit test. Must be trained. And what's even more disturbing is, and I wrote a letter to CDC along with 7 others last week. The guidance in the N95s say, quote unquote, not for use with children. Yet CDC says you can use them for children. It's unconscionable when the manufacturer says not. And it also says, the manufacturer says, well, you need to follow the respiratory protection standard. So there's some argument that some people make, well, the N95 only has to follow respiratory protection standard if it's an employee-employer relationship. And that's technically true. The problem is the manufacturer's instructions say you got to follow it as well, whether you're an employee or not. And God help the person, if I'm on the other side of the table, that says, oh, we ignored all of that and we put our children in respirators, N95s, without following respiratory protection standards, and they have some health effect as a result of that. Alrighty, damage and harm to children. I'm going to skip ahead to that because that's of concern to all of us. I'm going to start on page 40, help me, 48. And I'm just going to touch briefly on a few studies because I want to get to questions. There's a November 2021 iReady Understanding Student Learning study by Curriculum Associates. I've shown some of the data, but if you move to page 49, for grades 1 through 8, in 1 year, 20 to 2021, reading result outcomes have dropped up to 9%. Math scores have dropped 4 to 10%, depending on the grade. If you move all the way to page 51, the outcomes are even worse for minorities, blacks, students that have predominant black populations, Latino, where the degradation in outcomes is anywhere from 10 to 17%. Perhaps an even more disturbing study is this recent Brown University study, and I'm going to move you all the way to page 54. For children born during the pandemic, in other words, somewhere between 0 and 2 years old, their early learning composite, or various things like number of words they can speak, et cetera, at a certain age, their composite score in 2 years is down 23%. We're doing enormous damage to the children. And so what did CDC do on February 8th? And that was one of the reasons for my letter to them. They moved the goalpost. They changed learning outcomes so that outcomes that would be done by, say, age 24 months are now 30 months. So rather than admitting the harm done, they moved the goalpost. Those goalposts have been in place for 18 years, by the way. Pretty disturbing, actually. Same study when they looked at nonverbal and verbal development of young people. There's a chart on page 55. I won't go into it, but there's a precipitous fall off from 20 to 2022. It's very disturbing, both on verbal development and nonverbal development. There was also a January 2022 study by the Department of Education of England, and I'm on now for you that are following, or trying to follow me, on page 57. The teacher said that 94% of the leaders said that wearing face coverings made communication more difficult, and 59% said it made it a lot more difficult. By the way, England has recently dropped all these mandates. And last but not least, I'll cite some work by Kizelinsky and co-authors from 2021. It begins on page 59. They looked at 1,226 studies on the effects of face masking, distilled it down to 109 qualitative and 44 quantitative. And on page 61, you can see 25 harms done by masks, including harms done to children, both physical and emotional. So I ask you, do we really want to put children and adults in masks? The answer, of course, is no. I've provided to you in this long handout the whole list of engineering controls. We live in what we call the hierarchy of controls when we try to control hazards to people. And what that is it was developed by the National Safety Council in 1950, not exactly recently. And what it says is you look at things that are most effective to least effective. And remember, I said engineering controls are the most effective. PPE or respirators is least effective because we know people won't wear it properly over long periods of time based on decades of experience. And masks do not fit within the hierarchy at all. So the solution has always been dilution ventilation, filtration, and engineering controls like, say, the new Calgon iWave, which for $400 plus installation covers 6,000 square feet, can get rid of about 90 to 90%, 95% of the viruses, including mold and bacteria, per pass. We implemented that technology in a special needs high school in the fall of 2020, and we had virtually no cases. We've had some, 2 or 3, we think those were brought in. With that, I know I've been quick, I apologize, but there's a lot of material here. We'll make it all available to you electronically, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you and would take any questions if there's time.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Are there any questions for Dr. Petty? Representative Waltz?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Petty, I agree with you that it can be problematic when studies take multiple factors in and then draw a conclusion when there's really multiple variables there. And I'm wondering if you're familiar with the study by Stanford and Yale out of Bangladesh dealing with masks.
I am.
So that was a single factor study, as I recall. The only difference between those villages was mask wearing and unmasking. Isn't that correct?
It's not. Actually, it's stated that way, but I think you'll find there, and I can give you at least 4 or 5 analyses that say the study is fatally flawed. There's 2 areas. One, there's really not well-established control, non-control group. The only way they really knew people were wearing them or not is they had people standing on corners, essentially like policemen, trying to make sure they wore them, and they were also compensating people to wear them. That's not typically done. The other thing is they didn't really know who had disease and who didn't, because they didn't have a line in the sand as to when that seropresence in the blood actually occurred. So there's enormous criticisms of that study in the literature right now. In fact, I would say most epidemiologists, and I can hand you 3 or 4 articles that say that, are really against that study.
So you're suggesting that some of our top scientists there didn't come up with an honest study?
I'm not saying anything about their honesty. I'm saying, and I don't even know if I agree with you that they're top scientists. The people actually doing the work, I don't think were top scientists. There are some people here in the United States that looked at that work and published on it. But when you bore into the data, you find it's got serious flaws.
So I have another question for you. Would you agree with me that correlation is not causation?
It's kind of a yes or no answer. I mean, the difference is you're looking at epidemiology versus industrial hygiene. We're in the world of erring on the side of public health and safety. By that I mean, though, if we see trends, because remember I said the definition of industrial hygiene is anticipation, recognition, evaluation, and control, then we will take some actions to try to protect the public. But those actions have to have the ability to protect the vast majority of people, not a minority of people. The issue of correlation versus causation is very complex, and it's really beyond the ability to deal with that in a short time.
Sure, but there's not a simple tie that correlation is not always causation. You can have correlation, and in fact, there's no causation relationship. Is that not correct?
You give me a specific example and I answered. I think that
Just sometimes. Sometimes you can have correlation and there's no relationship to causation. Are you telling me correlation is always causation?
I'm not
We
saying
need
that.
to make it a question.
We're going to get there.
Well,
We're trying to lay the foundation.
In what context? I mean, I can tell you that I've looked at probably 500 studies on benzene related to leukemia. So there's both correlation and causation. But here's the problem. What you're headed towards is this idealistic assumption that you don't do anything or you don't do the proper things unless you have causation. That's not how we operate. Now you'll say, okay, well, we wore masks to do that. No, masks never had a chance of being a solution to this problem.
You're anticipating the wrong question. So you're ducking this because you're anticipating the wrong question. Where I'm going with this is you started talking about masking. And
Sure.
you started talking about the drop in the performance of our kids in schools. And I would maintain the correlation, there's a correlation there. When kids were masked, they dropped. But I think the reason kids' performance dropped is not because they were wearing masks. There are so many things that have happened under COVID, and that it's not just masking. It's the stress on the kids. It's the remote learning. it's time at home, it's time away from the classroom. It's just, any early elementary teacher right now will tell you that the kids are unusually needy and they're not performing like they used to. And particularly the early grades, K1, 2, have never known a normal school year. And so you came in and testified that these kids were masked, and all of a sudden, all their performances dropped. And you testified as if there was a correlation there.
We need to have
And
a
that's what I'm
question.
suggesting. So the
a
question is, would you agree that there's not a direct correlation between mask wearing and student performance?
No, I wouldn't agree with that at all. There are multiple factors in some of the studies, and some of the studies I've cited are masking only. There's no doubt that masking has an impact on learning. I cited the English Department of Education study, which is purely masking.
So how can you say
Wait a
purely
minute,
masking in the follow up?
We're not going to go any. This is not.
All
We're
right.
not in a courtroom here.
But I'm just going to say one final question, if I may. And that is, how can you say that there was one factor there when we all know there were so many factors going on during COVID?
How can I say that? There's no doubt, and there's no doubt based on the evidence that masking is there are other factors as well. I've not said that, but masking, you cannot deny that masking is one of those factors.
You just made my point.
Thank you.
One of those factors.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, are there any further questions from the committee? I want to remind the public that's coming in that we do have an overflow room across the hallway where it's being streamed. And for those that are, we do have a limit capacity in this room. So that's set by the fire marshal. So that's not us setting that limit, and we're getting close to it. So if in fact we get many more in, maybe perhaps after some have testified, you could go across and listen and give the opportunity for those coming in. Further questions? Representative Lakis.
Thank you. I have heard that in that study that you quoted, that mega study or over study, where they took all of those studies and then picked, narrowed it down to a certain number. I have heard people say that, well, yeah, they were just cherry picking the ones that had the results they wanted. So what can you tell us about that?
Well, I think when you look at epidemiology, meta-studies are on the top of the pyramid, right? By definition. So that's a meta-study. So that's always the argument made that for somebody who doesn't agree with the outcome. And, the question I always ask them is, well, what specifically was cherry-picked? Because I don't believe that's the case. I think they were honest in the paper about what studies they picked and why.
Further questions?
Thank you.
Representative Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I have a question for you. Bring it down a couple of notches. I'm not going to get into, studies and things, but can you tell me the CDC? I wasn't following you after your discussion of masks and the changes back and forth, but what are the current recommendations right now? I thought there was some sort of change in whether or not they were closely fitted or not closely fitted. Can you bring that back to current? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll quote you the language. It's on January 14th and January 28th. They say loosely woven cloth products provide the least protection. And then they say NIOSH approved respirators, which is interesting. Then they say including N95s, because respirators can go all the way to SCBAs, right? I mean, they can go to Scott Air Packs, the fireman things, offer the highest level of protection. This is tacit admission that the cloth masks don't work.
Yes.
So that is the current recommendation right now.
The current recommendation is to move towards N95s, yes. The problem with that, of course, is that when you look at further guidance, it says they can be used on children, and then they provide links to the manufacturers, 3M, Moldex, others, websites with their limitations in their paperwork. The paperwork says not for use with children. That's what's so disturbing.
Further question, Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Petty, for being here, given the circumstances and the weather and where you live. So in New Hampshire, you're well aware, there's a phase-out that we're going through right now in terms of new guidance, if you will, from the state. However, as I understand it, school buses are not under federal jurisdiction, federal travel. So my understanding is that kids on school buses will still have to wear masks, even if the school districts drop their mask mandates. My question is, given your background and all your travels and your connections, do you have any sense if the feds will let the students take their masks off on buses?
My sense is that they're going to lag, because the whole reason, we know from actual documents that the reason CDC went from no masks to masks in the fall of 2021 was pressure from the teachers union. That's just a statement of fact. So there are political things driving this. I've always said this isn't a science issue, this is a political issue. The reason I think it's important that the legislature, and I've been talking to a lot of groups, put something in place like this is you're going to have this scenario where the next time there's some incident that they believe is important politically, then they'll just like they did in the fall of 2021, they'll slap the mask thing on again. I think that that it needs to follow the science, the actual science, and then if we're gonna do something like that, especially if you look at the guidance from WHO, the World Health Organization, they say for children, in order to put masks or anything on children, you have to do a risk analysis, meaning what are the benefits minus what are the costs or liabilities. The costs in terms of learning, emotional development, physical harm, those have never been compared to at CDC or anywhere else. The benefits, which I think the benefits are almost zero. So that the thing that's important is that we get back to the science, and the legislature not let people simply mandate things that don't have real science behind them.
Thank you.
Further questions?
It's supposed to be about education. I've talked to a lawyer who has testified federally for a number of years about immunizations and is very interested in this topic. And it seems that all the schools that have imposed mask mandates are relying on CDC guidance or similar health recommendations. But this lawyer points out that they have ignored education impact, which is their primary function. So I was interested in seeing some of the studies you have here, but I think the point is that protecting health is certainly a responsibility, but also education. And you have to look at the education impact, the cost benefit of mandates such as this. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Absolutely. As I've said, I've cited in this presentation and others the World Health Organization's UNICEF's position on masking in children, and they all say that you need to do this I'll call it risk assessment or cost-benefit analysis before you do it. In fact, their primary mantra is do no harm, and the harms are not accounted for in the United States yet in any formal analysis that I'm aware of. So I absolutely agree with you.
Thank you. Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Petty, for being here with us this morning. I was just interested to learn a little bit more about your the work that you do providing expert opinions as part of your professional career. And you're not wearing an orange badge, and in New Hampshire that means that when you're wearing an orange badge, somebody has paid for you to provide testimony. I was wondering if anybody is compensating you for your travel and testimony here this morning, and who that organization might be.
I would say of the several thousand people that I've helped, to this point, I've taken no compensation. I figure I've donated almost $500,000 of my time. In one case where I presented in Nebraska, they paid my airfare and they paid a hotel for the night that I had to stay over. In this case, I'm paying for everything, but there has been some crowdsourcing that has donated some money to help with the airfare because my first flight got canceled and I had to pay for a very expensive second flight to get here. Whether I take that money or not, I don't know, but so far I've not taken any money.
Follow up? No, thank you. Any further questions of Dr. Petty? Yes, go ahead.
Just to follow up with that, with the crowdsourcing, was that from an organization or who did the crowdsourcing?
I'm not sure. I was gone by that point and they worked through my wife. I'll have to check.
No, we're not going to have anybody in the crowd responding to that. Thank you. Any further questions from the committee? Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thanks so much for the opportunity to testify.
What I'm going to do now, because we're starting to get a whole lot more cards, and then when we started out, we're going to limit the testimony to 3 minutes. I have some coming in, marking down 10 minutes, more than that. So it's not, it's very typical and normal that we do limit time. So we're going to start timing, and it'd be about 3 minutes per person. So if you have testimony, again, if it's written testimony, would you please submit the written testimony and not necessarily read it to us, because we can also take the time, and we will, to read any testimony that's provided to us. So I'd like to go ahead and invite Joanna Brown.
Hello, and thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Joanna Brown from Manchester, New Hampshire. Masks don't work, and there is a mountain of scientific studies to prove that. I have given this evidence to the Manchester School Board back in September, and they ignored it. They ignored us. Every meeting we were there citing the evidence, and they've ignored us. There is no science behind masks stopping airborne viruses such as COVID, but there are numerous dangers to our kids from wearing masks all day. I have 3 children in high school. COVID is with us forever. It's just like the flu, and keeping physical distancing and improved ventilation is fantastic. There are no side effects to that, but there are side effects to wearing a mask all day, especially for our youngest population. Masks don't help, they hurt. It is very hard to read emotions when someone covers their face. Facial cues and visual expressions are part of body language that we learn as a very young age. Reading lips is an integral part of speech development for very young children. Constant mask wearing is slowing their progress. And I believe some testimony has been submitted by the speech and language therapists in New Hampshire reporting this damage that's being done. Constant mask wearing interrupts interpersonal relations for older children as well. Masks cause anxiety for teenagers because they can't tell whether someone is smiling at them or frowning at them. And this is critical for teenagers that are going through some very big emotional turmoil right now about when life will ever return to normal. A nurse who spoke at one of the last Manchester School Board meetings gave some very moving testimony. She is on the front lines in the hospitals, and she is seeing a huge spike in ER visits from teenagers suffering from depression and suicide attempts. There is something seriously going wrong in our school system. It is time to make masks optional and return to normal. Vaccines and masking is still possible for anyone with a high risk. This is a parental decision, not a state or a school board decision. Masking as a psychological mechanism to scare our kids who will be easier to control when they grow up, if they make it that far. And the hypocrisy is causing greater frustration and confusion for these kids. They watch on TV with the Super Bowl and no one's wearing a mask, and then they have to go back to school the next day and wear a mask all day. And they get told by their teachers, some of them not so kindly, that they're going to kill somebody if they don't wear their mask properly. There is some really awful things going on in the school system, and nobody is paying attention to it. Let's stop these health mandates before they divide us any further. Please vote to make masks optional in all schools. Our kids who have no serious risk of COVID should never be mandated to wear one just to get an education. Not ever again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Will you take any questions? Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Luno.
Thanks very much. Thanks for joining us this morning. You mentioned that, or your testimony said COVID is the same as the flu. I was wondering if you could speak to that as it relates to mortality rate.
I'm not referring to mortality rates. I'm talking about the prevalence of the flu. The flu is with us every year. It varies from year to year, and that's what they're predicting COVID to be, right? A new virus, a new variant is going to come out every year. And like the last Omicron variant that just came out, it was very contagious, but it was nothing more than a head cold for most people who got it.
Yes.
Would you believe that the mortality rate for COVID-19 is an order of magnitude greater than mortality rate for the flu?
I think the death reporting rates are questionable. I think many people were reported to die with COVID when they simply died with something else and contracted COVID when they were in the hospital. I think early treatment for COVID did not happen, and many deaths could have been prevented if healthcare had acted differently in the beginning of COVID. I think there are a lot of big questions about the death rates of COVID that still have to be answered.
Are there further questions from the committee? Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Catherine Smith.
If you could press the silver button.
I'd just like to refocus that the bill is about prohibiting school boards and accredited non-public schools from adopting, enforcing, or implementing policies that require students or members of the public to wear face coverings. I don't want to address the efficacy of masks, and I just kind of have to, I'd like to start with the axiom that federal funding is the tail that wags the dog. And my name is Catherine Smith. I'm a registered nurse with a bachelor's in science, and I worked in community health for the last 7 years. I've spent many, many hours researching the efficacy of masks, the benefits versus the detriment, the violations, if any, to human rights, civil rights. I've made pleas along with other parents for school boards members to consider the mask mandates as unacceptable for our school-age boys and girls. Collectively, along with myself and other parents, as I've watched different testimonies to school board members, and I've written down the laws and things that they were citing as violations, and I researched those. Lots of times things were, I agree, taken out of context or had already been tried in the courts and ruled on. But these laws ranged from natural law to Hague conventions, humanitarian conventions, all over the spectrum. And then I've read parts of the ESSER grants and some copies of applications. And within the process, I found that in the application process, the schools, when they were applying for the ESSER grants, the schools were required to lay out a safety plan on how they were going to provide a safe environment. And this included lots of schools stating that they would refer to the Department of Health and Human Services or the CDC guidelines. And so I have here that the role of the school board is, it exists to provide appropriate educational opportunities for our students, and it should be prioritized by what is best for the student and what enhances the student achievement. As a parent in the community, dealing with the situation, I would go to many school board meetings, and we would offer our opinions and ask the school board to make their decisions based on our concerns, but every meeting, they went back to the metrics of the guidelines for masking based on case numbers and based on the hospital capacity. So for somehow, that just didn't seem to me that it was in the best interest of the student, and that's where they were directing their attention. So also in my research, I came across this very interesting document that was put together in 2009, and it was about the state sovereignty movement and child welfare. And the goal of this document was to inform the state legislators of the concerns of these people based on child welfare and communist goals of the Cold War era. And there was it included federal child welfare laws, a plea for justice, and
You've gone by
relief.
your 3 minutes now. If you have materials that you're looking at, you could submit those materials.
Okay, I would just like to make the connection so that I don't seem like I was just
Okay,
rambling. But somewhere along the line, we have to accept that, contemplate that our children are being exploited for federal funding. The ESSA grants have brought in millions of dollars into these schools under the guise of their public health and safety, and no one's even sure of the efficacy of the masks. And that needs to be evaluated. How much federal funding are we allowing to come in and to control the situation by accepting this money and taking away our sovereignty as parents who elect school board members and as citizens of the state?
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you very much for coming today. Nicole Souza?
Put it back on. It's the red light. There you go.
Hi, my name is Nicole Souza, and I drove here in the snowstorm from Amherst. I have poured over hundreds or thousands of hours spending time on COVID, so if you have any questions about any studies, including the Bangladesh study or the fatality rate, you could ask me after, but I'd like to focus on my personal experience with the schools. In September 2020, I was put in a very difficult position. Should I pull my son out of a private school that my family has loved and cherished for years? Or should I, and I'm a full-time working parent, or should I force him to cover his face all day long? I agonized over the choice every day. I dream about moving somewhere where my son can breathe free. I think about all the millions of kids around the world, including Australia, Denmark, Sweden, UK, where they never mask children under 12. They get to see their teachers smile. Their voices are not muffled. They can feel the fresh air on their beautiful, cute faces. They are told that school is safe. School is a safe and happy place. They get to talk to their friends at lunch and laugh, while mine is forced to eat inside in silence, or sit outside in the cold or the rain, because they have to take off their masks. Instead of breathing fresh air and feeling it on his skin, he has to feel the heat and moisture all day. He can't see his feet when he walks because, as you know, the masks impact your vision. He doesn't even know what his teacher's face looks like. His teacher saw the yearbook photos and said, "Wow, they're so cute," because she's never seen their faces. Facial expressions were the primary human language long before verbal language. Mealtime socialization has been a primary part of human civilization forever. What are we doing to our children? Why are the most restrictions on the least at-risk group? Why are we experimenting on our children with these new devices that they've never worn before? We haven't done one randomized control trial on children. the burden should be on the intervention to prove safety and efficacy. It shouldn't be on us to prove harm. We should have, when you're being forced any experiments, which this is an experiment because we have never done it before, should require informed consent, which means that we should not be coerced by school administrations who are under pressure by people that have used fear as a virtue. Parents have had enough. It's time. If some parents today are lucky that their children in New Hampshire get their masks off, mine doesn't. I could choose
Nicole,
to.
You're just about at the end of your time.
Okay.
You are at the end of your time.
Okay. It's causing conflict in our schools. And it's time to give the power back to the parents. Give back informed consent. Bring back smiles and never let this happen to our children again. You want this to be on our children, you should show it in excellent research with randomized control trials like we've done every other intervention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much for coming today. Maureen Hardy, Hardy, I believe.
Before I start, this is just some of my materials. I did not hand out printed out materials. I will email it because there are links to citations to studies and other information that is very important to understand. Can I start now?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Maureen Hardy from Londonderry. I am testifying in favor of this bill. I've worked in the clinical microbiology lab for 26 years, participated in the infection control task group for my hospital, including ambulatory care settings. I have worked in R&D for diagnostic devices and have worked in the pharma industry and pharmacovigilance. I have taught clinical microbiology at the community college level and medical ethics at the university level. I have a master's degree in epidemiology. When evaluating mitigation strategy for a disease, whether from the perspective of a pharmaceutical product or a public health policy, the risk-benefit analysis must be considered. Based on multiple studies and population data, the risk-benefit analysis does not support the use of facial masks for the prevention of COVID-19, especially for children. The wearing of facial masks does not prevent the transmission of respiratory viruses, for example, SARS-CoV-2, and I have several studies that I'll email you, and by today's testimony. Children are extremely low risk of bad outcomes from the infection with SARS-CoV-2, with a 0% death rate per the CDC since January 1st, 2020. And I pulled that data yesterday from the CDC website. Wearing masks is not a benign intervention and causes serious and potentially long-term damage to children. Mask wearing causes physical, psychological, and social damage to children. We also know that masks encourage mouth breathing in children, which leads to facial deformities. Masks interfere with the children learning socially through facial expressions. Speech learning is lost in the very young. Learning deficits have been observed in all. An Israeli-Canadian study published in Cognitive Research in February 2022 found that masks disrupt holistic processing and face perception in school-age children. Masks keep other pathogens trapped near the mouth and nose in the lungs of children. These are larger pathogens and include bacteria, mold, and parasites. Finally, children need to be free to be exposed to the natural environment to keep their immune systems strong. Therefore, the risk-benefit analysis does not support the use of facial masks as a public health mitigation strategy, especially for school children. There is zero benefit and high risk. The mask recommendations were put into place by national and local public health agencies without evidence of benefit and without evaluation of risks, and followed by school boards and administrators who had no other sources of guidance. We now have 20/20 hindsight and understand that masking children is wrong. Let us correct this now and not put the school boards in the position of having to mandate bad policy ever again. There is a fear of a more lethal COVID virus arriving around the world, but the spread of another respiratory virus also would not be mitigated by a mask wearing. I wish that masks worked, but I know that they don't. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. Are there questions, Representative Hobson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today. I have two questions. First one is, you said you worked with pathogens?
Yes.
And did you wear a mask while you were working with those pathogens?
I worked with patient samples, and for the most part, I did not wear a mask. But when I was working with Mycobacterium tuberculosis, which causes tuberculosis, and pathogenic fungi, I wore an N95 mask. And per OSHA regulation, I had to be fit tested annually and trained. But in addition, I was wearing a gown and gloves. I was working in a biological safety cabinet in a negative pressure room. So these are not the type of interventions that are realistic for a school child. In addition, the N95 masks are not approved for the use in children, and the particles that I was working with are specifically mentioned by the package insert for the mask. And it specifically says that smaller particles like viruses there's no recommendation for those in the package insert. Only it specifically mentions Mycobacteria tuberculosis and mold, and it also mentions Bacillus anthracis.
Follow up, if I
Yes.
may. Second question was, I did not know, I did not know that breathing through your mouth could cause physical disformity. Is that what you said?
Yes, this has been known for a long time. So I do have a link to that study, and I will email it to you all.
Any further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question. If somebody has COVID and they're wearing a mask, does that have a detrimental effect potentially because you're not getting as much oxygen as you normally would?
Well, I'm not a physician, so I can't answer that. I could just tell you what I believe. You're probably rebreathing to some extent. I mean, a lot of it is coming out the sides and the top of the mask and the pores of the mask, but you're probably rebreathing a lot of it, and therefore you are re-inoculating yourself with the virus so that more virus can multiply in your nose and throat and go to your lungs. So it's probably a bad idea.
Thank you very much. Other questions from the committee? Thank you very much for coming today. I have a card here. It looks like it's Reed Lambert, and is Tricia Lambert, are you both on the same? Okay, two of you can come forward, please. Pardon me? Is that all right? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and the
Welcome.
committee. Thank you. As mentioned, I brought my son Reed here. It's by no mistake that his name is Reed because he has a reading disability. And I'm going to make this short. I think we've talked about the efficacy, and I think we have a lot of experts here that have covered that. So I'd like to make this more of a witness statement of exactly what is happening to these children. And Reed is a perfect example of that. Reed has had a reading disability since was noted in first grade. He's had wonderful teachers. In fact, when he went to school, and by the way, we're in the Hopkinton School District, he had a language teachers that spent a tremendous amount of time with him to learn how to read because he has a short-term memory issue. And one of the things that they told us was what was already stated, is that the moving of the mouth and actually showing, they actually would draw this on the board repeatedly, was so important for him to understand how to pronounce the English language. This went on through he's now in 9th grade. He is homeschooled. So as you can imagine, with a disability, he has an IEP, or an individualized education program for himself, that he was unable to wear a mask. And the school actually approved that in the spring of last year, in May of last year, and he did not have a mask. Now, there were other issues that that I felt were still incorrect and not good for his welfare, like playing a drum in a closed-off room by himself with the band outside in the other room on a drum that didn't really work. I mean, this is what they're relinquishing them to, segregating them over into other locations. But he was maskless because we did not allow it anymore. And it was, by the way, in his IEP that COVID needed to be addressed in any way, shape, or form. So going forward into the next year, the ESSER funds came into play, ESSER 3. So if you're familiar with those, ESSER 3, as they had mentioned, as others had testified, pretty much made them follow the CDC guidance. And it was very clear by our school board, we had to be there 180 days. And that was the goal. So every child had to wear a mask. So in the sense that he already was maskless and had approved, was relinquished. So here we have a child who has trouble reading, being unable to have the proper care that he needs to learn. So the long short of it is that the ESSER funds drove exactly these decisions. Our school boards are not meant to make medical decisions for our children. I was advised by the superintendent, I'll finish up. I was advised by the superintendent that I did not have the ability to, I gave them do not consent letters for both of my children, and I was unable to not consent as a parent. They can't put bug spray on them, but they can put a mask across their face in order to breathe. There's something not right here. I respectfully ask that you vote in support of this bill. It's important so that masks never go on our children again without their parents' consent. The other thing is, real quick, is the state website. I think we talked about the mortality. The state website lacks that. It calls it 1%. I actually looked it up this morning, number of people who had COVID versus those who have died, and it's 99.9305. So what exactly, how of people that have recovered from COVID and did not pass away? So it's 99.993. At what point do we look at this and say, what is the benefit of wearing a mask on a child for 7 hours a day? Thank you. I'll be happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in today. I just wanted to make sure I understood what you were saying about Reed's IEP. Did the IEP say that he could be maskless and that was rescinded at some point? Did you have a new IEP meeting that changed the IEP, or did they just say, regardless of the IEP, he has to wear a mask?
Thank you. Good question. So when the mask came off his face in May of 2021, it was a correspondence back and forth with the superintendent at that time. And they agreed to take off the mask. The language did not specifically state match, but it did have language regarding COVID and that they would do anything to address his issues as it related to his learning. So I think that answers the majority of the questions. So in the new year, we were pretty much told after we sent the do not consent letters that we didn't have the right to do not consent. And then I explained the IEP. I said he's had it off all summer because he has summer school. And they said the board had voted, which they didn't, to put masks back on their faces and that he had to wear one and that I would have to go through the whole process all over again.
Representative Likas.
You said at some point that he was homeschooled. Did that happen after? I mean, can you explain that?
Sure. So the beginning of the year, once we were told that they had to wear a mask, I also have a daughter who also had attended, she's a junior. We walked in every day with the attempt to try to go to school. And I said, they're here, but they will not wear a mask. And say suspended them because they would not wear a mask. So I refused to allow them to be targeted sitting in a room somewhere, whether it's the library or wherever they had us, we're going to assign them. And I took them home. We did that for approximately 15 days. And then finally I wrote the letter to homeschool them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there further questions from the committee? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming. Amy Thompson? Welcome, Amy.
I don't know what I'm doing. I just wanted to quickly, I live on the seacoast, and the governor's orders, we all cheered. Thank goodness. They got rid of the masks in my son's school. But the day before, I attended a school board meeting, and it was an emergency session meeting that they had called about the masks. So the room was full, and before anybody spoke from the parents, or a teacher came as well to tell them the impact on the students that she sees daily that come into the classroom. Some don't even speak. They hide behind their mask. They look at the floor. She tries to engage them with her eyes, and they don't even look up. The children have been hiding behind the mask. Some of them don't. Teenage years are difficult. Some people who are introverts, it's their safety to have a mask on. So I attended the school board meeting to listen to what people had to say, and I'm glad I went. Unfortunately, the school board didn't listen to the parents or the teacher. They voted even before they listened. They said they were going to keep the masks. And then they said public comment. The parents were horrified. And so at the end, when they had all listened and the parents didn't understand what was going on, and someone said, wait, aren't we going to debate? Aren't you going to listen to us and maybe talk amongst yourselves? The school board, one of them said, I call for an adjournment, and the rest of them all agreed, and they said, it's adjourned. So I just want to say that they're not interested where I am in data. I listen to the expert. I've sent numerous emails telling them of the data that's out there about the masks, and we can debate whether you think they're effective or not. I don't think they are, but they don't want to listen at all. So I think you need to vote for this so that you can protect my child, because they obviously don't have his best interests at heart, or at least I don't think so. That's all.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you.
You're willing to take questions?
Sure, I guess.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I understood what you said. At that board meeting you attended, the board discussed the mask requirement and voted to require masks before public comment and hearing from parents. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
And what is the school district? Is SAU?
So I live in Stratham, but my son lives with his father and lives in Winnicott. It's
Okay.
SAU.
We know.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Yes, Representative Waltz.
Yes, so you testified that you think the school district did not have your son's best interests at heart. And I listened to everybody, I'm hearing what you're saying, but I also heard from a constituent of mine whose son has severe respiratory problems and needs, at least during COVID, needed the people around him masked. He's a child who was probably hospitalized 1 month a year with respiratory issues. And getting COVID could possibly have killed him given his severe respiratory issues. So you've got school districts with these kids, happens to be a senior in high school, that have these severe respiratory issues that need protecting, and then you've got children like yours. What do you propose a district does to find the balance between somebody who doesn't want their child masked and somebody who it's life and death whether or not their child is masked?
I just have a question. Does that child, what does that child do during the regular cold and flu season? Isn't that a detrimental risk to his health? Can he get pneumonia? And I don't know his personal.
The answer is it's happened to him. So yes, that's a serious problem.
So then what do they do then? What was
send
the
him-
answer then?
Send him to school.
Well, then I don't see the difference. And I will say, my other son has asthma, and he can't wear a mask. And he can't play basketball because they make him wear a mask if he wants to play basketball. And he can't go to regular school. So what do you suppose my son should do who can't wear a mask? What's he supposed to do? I had to homeschool him, so I don't, and I understand that you have an opinion, and I get that, but there comes a time where I will say, if that is the policy, and if you're going to tell me, you know what's really funny? They didn't tell you the policy until way before, like 5 minutes before last year, that they were going to require masks. So then I was supposed to scramble and try to find somewhere for my child to go to school. Why was that? Why didn't they tell us in June? Why didn't they tell us in July when I could have found a place for him to go to school? What was the story there? So I understand you have an opinion. I have an opinion, and there's going to come a time where I'm going to say no more. I'm going to say no more. I don't have to send them to public school. So that's the reality. And I wish that they would listen more.
All I was trying to point out is that school districts are getting pulled from both sides. And it was not that I have an opinion at this point, it's that you indicated that the school district just didn't care. And what I'm suggesting is they care, they're just getting pulled from both sides. And that was the point of that story.
So the Winnicott school principal, last month there was a basketball game, rival, and so he decided it was a good idea to make a difference between 850 kids and 1,000 kids in a basketball court. What could that have possibly made a difference? So my question to him was, fine, I get that you're trying to come up with some sort of visual restriction so it looks like you're doing something. I understand. What are you going to do with the kids that didn't get a ticket? Do you have some sort of consolation prize for someone who didn't get a ticket? Now, see, that tells me that he did not care for those kids at all because he said, nope, sorry, you didn't get a ticket. Even though they've not been able to go to things and been restricted and all this other, why didn't he have an answer? Why didn't he give them a consolation prize? Why did they have to sit home and not have a ticket? I don't understand. So when they say they don't have their best interest, I don't think they're trying to have a visual thing that says we're doing something. Well, sometimes that visual thing is causing harm. So that's my answer. I don't know what, you know.
Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here, taking the time on a day like this to come here to Concord. You mentioned basketball a couple of times in the context of your son, and then later with regard to the gyms. My question, could you amplify that a little bit when you say he couldn't wear or had to wear a mask while playing basketball? Was this an intramural situation, a PE situation, or a team situation? Could you explain that a little bit?
My older son lives in Hampton, and I live in Stratham. So in Stratham, they use the basketball town for the school. They use the school gym. Some of the towns have decided that they're not going to do that. They go to the RIM facility, and I don't believe they require masks for them to wear during playing. So this was town, so I signed him up, and I didn't know that they were going to require masks. So I signed him up, and then the night before we were supposed to go to tryouts, they sent out an email that said, just to let you know, all masks are required. And I thought, well, maybe they just mean for me, and he could play. So then I emailed the town administrator for the recreation, and she said, no, really sorry, but the schools require you to wear a mask during playing of basketball. And I said, well, he can't wear a mask. He gets an anxiety attack, so I said he can't. So she said, oh, I'm really sorry, but and we'll refund your money.
Follow up?
Yes.
Thank you. The Concord Monitor had a photo of a basketball game where one player was guarding a player, one player was masked, and the other player was not. So does Winnicott, do you know, do the teams...
That one was Stratham, because I live in Stratham, but my older son goes to Winnicott because he lives in Hampton.
Yeah, I'm trying to hear you. So does Winnicott have a requirement for the players and their teams to wear masks during games, or, you know?
You know what, I don't think they do for Winnicott, but I think when they went to Portsmouth, they had to. I'm not 100% positive, but the older kids, I think, are probably a little bit more difficult to make do things. So they would just wear them on their chin.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Marie Fontaine?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for having me. I was going to speak to a few things that have already been covered, so I'll just kind of skip that. But the doctor earlier did mention industrial masking, and I did want to comment quickly on that. I worked in lead abatement in Manchester for about 2 years. We had to have half-face respirators with cartridges. I needed to do a fit test, medical clearance. The fit test included, smoke to make sure that it was fitted to your face properly, a proper seal. I was trained in mask cleaning and maintenance. So when I saw that there were mask requirements for kids with the cloth masks, I was really confused because I was just like, this doesn't make sense to me. So that's just a comment on some of my experiences with masking, industrial masking. And so seeing kids wear these cloth masks hasn't made sense to me for a while. Seeing in Manchester, walking by the public schools and watching kids outside running and playing with their masks on also doesn't make sense to me. The World Health Organization counsels against masking kids during physical activities so as not to compromise their breathing. So I don't understand why we're doing this in the United States. The other thing I wanted to comment on, science briefs published by the CDC show that most transmission in schools is staff to staff rather than transmission from students to staff. So children are low risk, they're not high transmitters. This is another thing that doesn't make sense to me. And this is something we've known for a long time, and it's been 2 years, and it's still happening. So it's gone on long enough. It's egregious. It's wrong. It's security theater. So I'm asking that we put a stop to this and we prevent it from happening again. So I'd like these bills to be supported. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you. Roseanne? Haven't seen you in about a week. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you, committee chair. Thank you, committee members. I want to personally say I really appreciate the fact that all of you are here. As you can see, this is something that's important to all of us. And I would just ask that you folks that are reading and doing stuff on your computer, please stop and listen to us. Thank you. Because I think this is important. I think this is really important. The bottom line here is excuse me, I'll go on. Thank you. The bottom line here is our children have been abused for the last 2 years. We have watched and allowed for our children to be emotionally abused. You've heard testimony about the emotional abuse that's going on. I want to talk a little bit about what it feels like for someone of a domestic violence situation or a child who has been physically or emotionally or sexually abused to have to put a mask on their face. Just think about that. I want all of you to go home tonight and do this, because that's what the mask feels like to these children. We talk about reactive attachment disorder. We talk about risk-cost-benefit analysis. Risk-cost-benefit analysis? This is our children. This is tomorrow's future. And it's just a mask. Remember when it was just a mask for all of us? And now it's, keep moving that goalpost. I made over 3,000 masks for my town alone so our children could be masked. It was only for 2 weeks. How long has it been now? How long has it been? And the school boards and the school districts do not, for the most part, have our children's best interest at heart. I don't have any children in the school systems right now, thank God. And my grandchildren have, my daughter has chosen to homeschool her grandchildren, homeschool my grandchildren. Again, I am thankful. I have gone to now 14 different school boards and just watched and observed the way that parents are being treated and the way that in some instance, look around to you folks, the people that are paying attention and the people are not. Okay? The bottom line here is we've been told kids aren't the problem, the parents are. Shouldn't that be a problem for us? It's too soon to really know how much damage we've done to our children. We can't just know that it's just masks. It's a lot of other stuff too. How about we just stop doing damage? How about that? Other cultures that require masking or hiding of the face, they have been dehumanized. Women who are forced to keep this quiet. It's so much easier to kill someone when you can't see their expression. It's so much easier to disallow and dehumanize someone when all you can see is this. It's not okay. And I know this is just a mask, but we need to start taking our schools and our school districts and our school boards back. We need to start saying no more. We are the parents. These are our children. These are not the school board's children. These are not our town's children. These are our children, we are the parents, and it's time to say no more. And if we send a strong message with regards to the mask, we will watch those dominoes fall. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much. Eric Anthony? Welcome, Eric.
Thank you. Is this on? Yes.
Yes, the red light.
All right. I'm a citizen of Auburn, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'd like to talk about the case in which I'm involved in Salem District Court. It's a mask arrest case. There have now been 4 of these mask arrest cases, and the subject of the arrest was a grandmother who was arrested in front of her children and her grandchildren, and the circumstances were that a week ahead of the Timberlane Regional School District meeting, that notice was sent out where it said that parents were asked to wear, or attendees were asked to wear a mask, and this was 3 weeks after the governor's executive order that rescinded the mask mandates for public meetings and for performances. And so taking those 2 facts taken together, it's reasonable for her to assume that she had, in the words of the arrest order, she had license and privilege to enter that meeting. She went into the meeting. She actually went to where people were going in, and then she wanted to come back and talk to her friend, who was, by this time the police who had followed the order of the school board. The school board put out a subsequent order to the police, which was not public, that said that the people without masks were to be blocked and, if necessary, arrested. And so when she turned around and she tried to motion to her friend to come in, she said, "I'm just going in," and then the policeman turned around and arrested her. And so I think this brings up a number of issues on school boards and their abuse of authority. Just on the face of it, I would say it goes to the separation of powers. These mandates are not laws. They don't behave like laws. There's not the rules of statutory interpretation that are applied to them. It gives school boards executive powers of arrest, police powers, and legislative and judicial powers to interpret and apply these laws. So Kate Bossy was humiliated in front of her children and grandchildren, and was arrested under this, and of course presented from speaking. She had license and privilege. She was arrested for trespassing, but really she was arrested for not having a mask. That was, and this also forms a classic abuse of authority in that it's an ex post facto application given the two orders, the public notice and then later the order to the police a week later. So you say a law means one thing and then you turn around and apply it a different way. That's an ex post facto application. It's the rarest of beasts in the legal realm that you have a criminal ex post facto case like this. So that is my testimony. I'd be glad to take questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from, yes, Representative Waltz?
Yes, are you an attorney?
No.
Thank you.
Are there further questions from the committee? Not seeing, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Kathy Mayo?
I'm Kathy Mayo from
Welcome.
Nottingham, thank you, and thank you for doing this. Thank you for listening to my concerns over the decision of masking, which I believe should be left to no one but the parents. This is my personal disclaimer, for God hath not given us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. I've lost a lot of sleep over this, and it's been on my mind nonstop as there is so much information and so many ways to address this. Scientifically, statistically, politically, socially, the list goes on. The one that gnaws at me the most is spiritually. We are all spiritual beings with souls, and our children are precious, innocent, and deserve to be protected, not compromised by poor decisions, especially ones that have no merit. I have yet to find one randomized controlled study supporting the effectiveness of masks. They are authorized, not approved or licensed, by the federal government and, as emergency use authorization, and that's under the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, and I have the federal law title. I have a couple pictures to show you, and I do have them. I can pass out afterwards if you'd like. What is this saying about us, and what message are we giving to our children? Is it okay for adults to be clumped together in a large gathering without masks, but children have to be masked and walk single file, arms stretched out so they don't touch another child? Do you think they don't see this? You have to be honest about the hypocrisy and don't for a minute think that they aren't noticing or watching. Children are sponges and make observations more than any adult ever could. It's a huge part of how they learn, and they've been created that way for a reason. And just because the teachers wear the masks while in school too, don't you think this causes even more confusion for them? Why only in school and not outside of school? Why have I seen my teacher out of school without a mask on? I know the parents are getting these questions all the time. How do you answer these questions? Just because she has fingers and hands as the mask over their face. This is so disturbing. This has to break your heart. This child was asked to draw their face and hair to make a self-portrait. Just like the other picture, do you see any joy in this face? You won't find it. Of course you don't, because it's covered by a mask. And not even a pretty colored or decorated one. It's black, a plain old black mask. The saying over this drawing says, after a year and a half of daily mask wearing in schools, the face covering has become part of the children's identity. That's just horrifying. We're not only stripping them of their identity, dignity, humanity, and self-esteem, but we're robbing them of seeing the joy of another child's face or an adult's face. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe seeing another person's facial expressions plays a critical role in development. There is a day of reckoning coming for these injustices, and I can't wait when that happens, but what I'm not looking forward to is witnessing the damage left in its wake. We've only seen the beginnings, and if we don't stop this now...
A little bit of cursive, manuscript, whatever you want to call it. Thank you for coming.
I'm Nathan Flowers from Jaffrey, New Hampshire. I want to start by thanking you for still holding this, even though there's snow outside. So, took the trip out here. So I was thankful I came here and it wasn't canceled, so thank you. So as we've heard before, little children are sponges, whether it be good stuff or bad stuff that they hear around them. But when they wear masks, they can't learn emotional intelligence, and communication skills go down the drain because communication is only 10% our voices. The rest is our faces and us moving around. So going back to the sponges thing, going back to the sponge metaphor, when they're wearing a mask, it's like cutting that sponge in half. I have four lovely girls at home, only 2 of which are in school aged. And this year, when the school decided that they were going to force them to wear masks on and off, luckily, we chose to keep them home because there's a parent's choice for that. We were able to use the Education and Freedom account to obviously fund that, which obviously, again, thank you guys for pushing that through. But back to that, it should be parents' choice in schools whether we want them to wear a mask or not. A personal choice if a teacher wants to wear one or not forced upon by the school, local governments, and so on. So that's pretty much all I wanted to say. Keep it quick so more people can talk. Just a couple points I wanted to go through.
How old are your girls?
So 8, 6, 3, 1, and then I have a 5th on the way due May 1st.
Wow. Congratulations.
Thank you. All girls. Apparently that's all I
All
take.
girls. I don't know how the genetics works in that. But,
Yeah.
Good luck for sure.
yeah, have fun.
Yeah, thank you.
It gets fun when they get up
Yeah.
about age 21, 22, 23.
Thank you.
Then you got grandkids. Are there any? Is Kristen here? Welcome.
Hi there. I tried to edit as I went so I wasn't repeating people. I'm Kristen Jackson. I'm a Concord school bus driver, but I'm here representing myself. I just wanted to give you some insight of what I see as somebody who works with the kids. So this week was Bus Driver Appreciation Week, and I got all these awesome cards from kids. And then I got one where they drew my portrait, and this broke my heart. So these kids, sorry, every time I do this, I want to cry. I haven't seen these kids' faces, and I've been driving them for 2 years. This is like such, so safety-wise, this is horrible. I cannot identify the children. I barely know their names. People who are standing at the corner to pick them up, I don't know who they are. I'm not allowed to ask questions. This has been going on for so long, and it's wrecking these kids. Oh my gosh. All right, so I have you get the basics. I just wanted to let you know, so I've been driving a school bus for 5 years. I've not seen these kids' faces. I mean, I drive 95 kids, and if they saw me in the street, they wouldn't know who I am. This is thank you. I didn't think I was gonna do this. I just want you to know, it's so hard to build up a relationship as a school bus driver. I have about 5 minutes to greet them. I try my hardest to keep everybody up and happy. And then they want us to yell at the kids to put a mask on and cover up their personality. It's so against everything we do as a volunteer to work with children. I don't understand at all how anybody's making this decision unless money is pushing them to do it. Even then, I mean, I don't understand how people aren't pushing back. I work in Concord. They're still pushing the employees to wear masks, even though we're not working with children in our break area. It's just ridiculous. They're just power hungry, and it's definitely showing. And people who are here for the right reasons are being forced out. I'm definitely looking for another job. I can't stand working with people who are hurting children. I can't bring myself to tell kids to put masks on. No teacher should be standing for this. I don't understand how it's been going on for 2 years. I just had a couple things that I wanted to let you know how the kids are interpreting all this stuff. On the bus, they play a little game that's usually known as tag, but they play COVID. And if you get tagged, you're it and you die. This is what they think of COVID. They wanted me last year to close the windows because they were scared COVID was going to come in the bus and get them. They don't understand what's happening, and they're just being taught to fear. This is gonna mess them up for so many years. The fear in their eyes when I pass out the masks, if I run out for the day because 50 kids don't have masks, and I run out for number 51, they have fear in their eyes because they're scared. I don't know if they're scared they're gonna die in the bus, but they're scared that people are gonna now go approach them, and they want to be good, and they want to behave, and they want to follow the rules, and we're making them in this awkward position where now, because they don't have a mask on, they're bad and they're rule breakers. And that's not the case. These kids are innocent, and they're not going to die from this, and we're putting them in a horrible position. They're being just trained to fear and comply and not question things. When I question things, I was told the cops would be called on me at work because I didn't want to wear a mask. They were told me do it because everybody else is. Nobody has answers. This is the masks we're passing out for the children in Concord. Non-medical masks. It says right on there, not for use for viral infections, will not stop viruses. We're just doing this. This is ridiculous. We're lying to their faces and telling them, believe me, because I'm an adult. I can't do that. I don't understand why my boss is telling me to do this and why he's not questioning his boss. And when I question anybody, I get in trouble. This is horrible. Okay, sorry. 3 minutes.
No, don't be
Thank
sorry.
You, Kelly.
Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Moffett.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and don't apologize. Thank you for.
Oh my God, I didn't think I was going to speak.
Thank you for stepping up.
Yeah.
I'm sure we all appreciate it. I asked Dr. Petty earlier, and I hate to put you in the spot.
That's okay.
But I asked him about the school bus question, and I don't know if you were here, but
Yes, I was.
my understanding is as districts go maskless, it sounds like buses will be the only places
Right.
where kids will
It makes
still need
sense
to
because
wear
there's only
masks.
60 windows to open.
But so given that you're a bus driver, and I know you don't make policy, but you must have supervisors or folks who give you guidance or policies. So do you have any sense? Is anything coming to you in terms of school bus mask mandates?
I thought I heard March 14th was something federally that masks would be released. I'm not sure though. But for us, we have to when we're with the kids within the socially distance, we have to wear a mask all the time. So there's always kids on the bus. So I thought March 14th was something federally happening, but I'm not 100% sure because they were going to revisit it.
Thank you, and we can kind of follow up on that too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question for you. I got to get this straight. When you're driving the bus, and I really appreciate it. We do not have enough bus drivers in this state that have the CDL, et cetera. I'm concerned that, are you being asked to ensure that these kids keep these masks on the bus rather than watching the road and safety issues around you? You're now watching kids to ensure that their masks are on, and are you having to tell them to put the masks on while they're on the bus?
So we have box of masks that we give out when the kids approach the bus because a lot of them don't have masks at the bus stops. So they give them to us. I don't know how much they're enforcing it, but I've been very cautious of not participating in that part. So if the kids come up, I held a clean mask for them to take. And if they want it, most of the kids they learn from school to wear masks. So if you go to pick up run at school, 100% of the kids walk on the bus with a mask and they don't question it. So
I get that part.
Yeah.
My question is, when they're on the bus,
Yes.
and let's say a youngster takes a mask off,
Right.
are you
a
required?
lot of bus drivers definitely do reprimands.
You are told to tell them to get the mask back on?
We're not penalized if we don't. So I just went with that as I offer the masks and then it's up to them. But we're supposed to still pick up kids if they don't have masks and they won't wear them. And then the school deals with them at their level.
Okay, thank you.
We're more focused on the road.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Representative Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. Your testimony was very powerful. I had not thought of the burden that puts on you as a bus driver to make sure that the right person is picking up a child off of the bus. Do you believe it's a matter of time before something really scary happens?
I mean, we've definitely had children not being able to be identified that were on the buses. So even that, kids getting on the wrong bus at the beginning of the year was all the time. I mean, now it's been more steady, but if kids wanted to go on a different bus, we can only identify them from 2 inches on their face. So it's just going to happen for sure. yeah.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time.
Stay with it, please.
Thank you.
Andrew Manus?
Good morning, members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Andrew Manus. I live in Derry, New Hampshire, homeowner there since 2007. Today, I am also representing Rebuild New Hampshire. I'm the chairman and founder of that organization. And I am presenting to the committee a petition with 5,161 names on it. So those people are behind me in this room right now. And they all believe the same things that you've heard today from all of these people. So I want to say I apologize for being late. The snow kind of delayed me. But other people made it here on time, and I'm thankful for that. I want to say that I came in during Stephen Petty's testimony. And for the record, I agree and submit to you the same comments as every single person from that point till now. I agree with everything I heard so far. And that's why I'm here before you today. My 3 children, thank God, go to a private school, 2 different private schools. And I fought very hard with those private schools to prevent masking from becoming a requirement there. So to date, praise God, my children have not worn a mask one time. Not in public, not anywhere. They've never worn one, and I am so grateful for that. I want, and I'm doing this, I started the organization because I want other people's children to have that same right. It's not a privilege, it's a right to be able to breathe God's clean air that He made for us. And as a matter of fact, the rest of my testimony, I'll read the last line of this because that's the part that's relevant. Therefore, we, the undersigned, hereby ask that the House pass legislation to ban facial covering mandates for students in all public schools in New Hampshire. And that's what I'm here for. That's what, both of these bills we support. We support any effort whatsoever to prevent local school districts from requiring masks on children for all the reasons you heard today. And we also, I would submit to you personally that I do not believe in local control. New Hampshire is not a home rule state. We have a state legislature that is very representative of the people of the whole state, and we have uniform laws throughout the whole state, so you don't have to go from one town to another and check the law books. We should be able to go from one town to another and know what the law is because the state has put it in place. And the government's role is, in fact, to protect the people's individual liberty. That is the number one reason why we have government at all. Individual liberty protection. That's your job. And I did it once, so I appreciate it. Now, I guess to that point, I would say that the governor has made an announcement that, many people might say, well, now we don't need this. And I would submit to you that the opposite is in fact true. We very much need to pass this legislation to prevent in the future these local government authorities that don't have the authority from putting in place these types of mask mandates on our children. We have the right to breathe oxygen. We have the right to show the image of God that He made for us to each other. And I would submit to you that a mask is an occult symbol. And what we're facing right here is literally a religious, spiritual battle between the forces of darkness and the forces of light. God made us in His image. This is His image. You all have His image on you. And I pray to you that you allow our children to show God's image. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes.
Are you suggesting anybody that wears a mask is a force of evil?
I think that's a ridiculous statement, and I'm not going to answer it.
I'm just trying to follow through on what you said, that masks are the
I didn't
forces
say
of
what
dark.
you said.
I'm asking, that's to me the logical next step. I'm asking if that's what you believe because
It's
you said
not the
masks
logical
are the
next
forces of
step. It's
dark.
an absolutely ludicrous thing to say.
Okay, let's move on here, okay? Thank you very much. Are there any other questions from the committee? Thank you.
So I'd like one of these to go with the permanent record of 1371, and the other can go to 1131.
Okay, Melissa, you got me with your name wherever you are. Economic? Economacus. Okay, there you go. Thank you. Economacus.
Yeah, Economacus. Thank you for seeing me. Thank you for doing this. Really appreciated. I spent hours and hours and hours of research. And I'd like to present it to you too. You know, like just give it to you. I highlighted everything so that you don't have to read through all the documents, just read through the highlighted things to make it easier. Hi, my name is Melissa Economacus, and I am in support of HB 1131 to prohibit schools, whether public or private, from creating policies that force students or members of the public to wear masks. Some people may believe in the terrain theory, and some may believe in the germ theory. I will speak on the premises that viruses are what makes people sick, and present to you that masks do more harm than good, and that they don't work. First of all, when people speak, sing, or laugh, they eject saliva from their mouth, which I know you might be all thinking, well, all the more reason to wear a mask, right? But I'll get to that argument later. According to Dr. Robert Palmer, an NIH expert on oral microbes, in our mouth we have about 700 species of microbes, including germs like bacteria, fungus, and more. Exhaled droplets become trapped in the masks, and the damp mask cause the bacteria to proliferate, which in turn is being inhaled into the lungs. Whereas without a mask, exhaled droplets and aerosols are known to dry quickly. I have with me documented studies of contaminations having been found on the inside of masks. Staphylococcus, Streptococcus, and Bacillus, to just name a few. Please see the articles in here, Dangers of Pathogens found on children's face masks, cotton and surgical face masks in community settings, bacterial contamination in face mask hygiene, mask false security and real dangers, microbial challenges from masks, and medical doctor warns that bacterial pneumonias are on the rise from mask wearing. Second, many masks are made of polyester, which contain microplastics, and even the small portion of synthetic fibers break off from the mask. Then they are possibly, if not only entry into foreign material into the airways, but also entry into the deep lung tissue, causing potential pathological consequences due to the foreign bodies in our lungs. Please see article, Dangers of Masks. Third, people are inhibiting their oxygen intake, which lowers their oxygen levels in their blood, and rebreathing in their CO2, which raises CO2 levels in their blood, causing their bodies to become more acidic. Please see the articles, Masks are harmful. I won't read all the articles because I need time, but I wrote them in there. Moreover, scientists have found toxic chemicals in the face masks, such as formaldehyde and cobalt, which gives it the pretty blue color. There are over 70,000 new companies now registered to manufacture and sell masks in China, and according to the general product safety regulations, as mask face coverings are not medical devices, and they do not regulate these products. There have been numerous studies that have been performed by doctors and scientists which show masks are ineffective, and I'm not even going to go into the pore sizes or anything like that.
Melissa, you've gone beyond your time, so you're going to have to wrap it up here, please.
Okay. Anyway, there's lots of studies in here that show that masks don't work. When we speak, the mask gets moisture on there, and the damp mask causes less air permeability, so it will limit how much viral particles is able to hold. And it said it's only 20 minutes before the masks become damp. And back in March 2020, epidemiologists and infectious disease experts were at the pains to emphasize against the unwarranted scramble for masks. So back then they were saying, the Surgeon General, Jerome Adams, said, seriously, people, stop buying masks.
Melissa, you're going to have to try and wrap that up quickly here.
Okay.
We have more people who want to speak here.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, you can read the rest of it then, I guess.
We will. We will look at all this stuff.
I really appreciate you looking at it, because I spent hours doing this.
No,
Any
that's
questions at
why
all?
we're here, to hear from you and then look at the information that's provided to us. So we thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. If you could bring that over to Julius or to Oliver, and they will make sure it gets up here and it will be submitted. Thank you. Alexandra Manella? This is Alexandra / Alex.
Yeah, you can call me Alex. That's fine.
Okay.
Doesn't matter. Yeah. So thank you for giving me the time to talk to you all about masks. And, you know, I think we're all tired of it. I know I'm pretty tired of it, but like there's still people willing to come out in a blizzard to discuss this and kind of fight back on it. So it's pretty serious, and it's not going to get resolved because you have two groups of people who completely disagree with each other, right? And forcing one group to bend to the other group's will is not the solution, right? So when you pass laws and the school board passes mandates and the CDC says one thing, right? It's not going to work out. The best way to solve, the only way to solve this is to realize that our rights belong to the individual, right? We have a right to make choices for our children and for ourselves, for our own health. Going to something else here, I have experience as a former environmental health and safety specialist for a utility company in New York City. I worked there for 12 years, and I'm still in that same industry. So I have 14 years total experience working with OSHA regulations. One of my roles in the past was selecting personal protective equipment for industrial work, which included the use of respirators. Respirators are used to protect against airborne contaminants, obviously. Today, there's been an official claim that there are tiny airborne virus particles floating all around the Earth, threatening the life on the planet Earth, right? And this claim is made without any evidence whatsoever. Now, you're going to point to positive PCR tests, hospitalizations, deaths. I understand that, but none of these things are evidence of contaminated air or the need for the use of a respirator 24/7. Has anyone seen an air sample for SARS-CoV-2? If we took an air sample in this room right now, would someone be able to show me the presence of SARS-CoV-2 and tell me that my life was in jeopardy? Or are we just comfortable going off of WMUR's case counter? That's what we've been doing. Anyway, before employing a respirator, the first step would be to prove the existence of a hazardous atmosphere so that we could know which type of respirator would be appropriate to use. Now, our atmosphere is hazardous, but it's not for coronavirus. It's because of poor environmental practices in favor of profit, dumping fluoride into our water supply, and we're also marinating in cell tower radiation, but nobody wants to talk about that. So that's just like God intended it. That stuff aside, the first step is prove it, which no one has done. After we proved it, we would need to select an appropriate respirator. The purpose of a paper medical mask is to prevent bacteria from contaminating medically sterile environments. These masks do not protect you from supposed viruses floating in the air because they do not provide an airtight seal. They're an illusion of safety. I'll continue. And then just think of this. Before 2020, when you went to visit your doctor for a cold or flu, did any of you wear a mask in front of your doctor? Did your doctor wear a mask? Why is that? Because that's not how this works. That's not how your immune system works. We have an immune system, I'll finish up quickly. We have an immune system that generally functions very well and sustains many years of life. I think the average life expectancy in America is like high 70s here, so it's pretty good just on natural immunity. Nothing changed in 2020 except our perception of alleged viruses in our health, thanks to the hysterical media and hysterical leadership. And then last thing, once we select an appropriate respirator that can provide an airtight seal, by OSHA's standard, 29 CFR 1910, which I've brought with me and I'll share with you all, a doctor needs to evaluate the person donning a respirator to make sure they're medically fit to put something over their face that inhibits breathing. Once they're cleared, again according to OSHA, a respirator fit test must be performed to test the seal, and you have to do a positive and negative pressure test. We don't do that in schools. Children are not doing this. So OSHA standards went out the window, along with common sense and years of common medical knowledge. Government solution has just been to do something. Just do something to create a show of doing something, even if it's not effective or only creates an illusion of safety. We're done with that. The jig is up here. This can never be allowed to happen again. So I support this bill and the next one. And we demand that you guys just step out of the way and let us manage our own health and the health of our children. You guys have no authority. The school boards have no authority to dictate what medical treatment we do for our children. And that it doesn't matter what Beth Daly says or what Ben Chan says or the CDC. It belongs to us. And I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Alex.
Okay.
Kind of hoping that the average lifespan was in the 80s.
Yeah, I'll take 78. It rounds up.
That gives me a couple years. So thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing hands. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you for battling against Mother Nature out there. Okay, going on. Kelly Potenza.
So 3 minutes. That's a little hard, and I could talk for this for on hours, but I wasn't going to speak on this personally, but I am. My kids have always been in private school, except for the school year that COVID hit. And we saw a lot of things. And school shut down, and then we were like, wow, that was a mistake. It was a mistake from a lot of things that we saw in the public schools. And so we basically decided, okay, well, come September, school's going to be open. We're going to go back to a private school that we were at. And so the grass wasn't greener there. My daughter, my oldest daughter, has had a diagnosed anxiety diagnosis since she was 3. She can't wear a mask. So this is when my whole process started. So she was a patient at Dartmouth Hitchcock, and there is no pediatrician, there's no one in the state that would give a medical exemption for my child. They had been treating her for 10 years. They knew everything about her. They knew she had some ADHD stuff, but her main thing was her anxiety. And they just ignored that. And so when I demanded an exemption from her, they basically said, they gave me a letter that said, well, we'll train her how to wear a mask. Everything with this whole thing is just disgusting. There's no such thing as disabilities anymore. There's no such thing as any of it. This was Carmela's at the time, my daughter, her therapist. So they said, well, go to her therapist to get an exemption. You can't get one from a therapist in this state as well. Number one, so I said, I just want to document all the following issues before the appointment today. Carmela has a diagnosed anxiety and ADHD. She's got an IEP. Carmela's blood pressure becomes highly elevated immediately when she puts on a mask. Wearing a mask is detrimental to her mental health and well-being. My daughter's had 2 doctor appointments where her blood pressure was not able to be taken because it was too high to measure. The minute she put on a mask, it went off the charts. They actually had to take the mask off for her to get even an elevated blood pressure reading. So I told this all to the therapist. My daughter says, I sweat like a pig when I wear a mask. I am so hot, I feel suffocated. These are all quotes. I find it hard to breathe with a mask on. Her mask makes her feel uncomfortable and nervous. My daughter has great anxiety around wearing a mask. My daughter is thrown up in the car on the way to school multiple times because of her anxiety about having to wear a mask at school. I have a hard time learning when I'm wearing a mask because it bothers me a lot. She feels the mask is very distracting.
My daughter was in school, 4 days of school, and she said, I hate school. And the mask was impeding her learning. My daughter's physical health is also being greatly impacted because of the anxiety surrounding wearing a mask at school. My daughter lost 20 freaking pounds from August all the way up till December. And Dartmouth Hitchcock did nothing. This therapist said for her to come in for her appointment, she had to wear a mask. If you don't know what's wrong here, I had to pull her out of school. Wonderful, best private school in the state. The governor's kids go to that school. Isn't that interesting? Literally November 1st, had to pull her out. We homeschooled. Now they're at another private school and it's working out, but I'll speak on the next one because I know there's not enough time, but this is what we're in. I don't think you realize how many people have been fighting for a long time on this, and it's absolutely appalling that we are still here. Appalling.
Thank you.
You don't have the right, you don't have the authority.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you very much. Lynn LaRue?
Hi there.
Hello.
Hi. Thanks for letting me speak. My name is Lynn LaRue. I live in Nashua, New Hampshire. I have a 15-year-old and an almost 17-year-old at Nashua South. I'm a registered nurse. I work in the emergency department and the ICU at one of the city's hospitals. I have been working in COVID in the emergency department since it started, and I'll tell you what I saw. A 4 to 6 time rate of kids being admitted for suicide ideation, severe anxiety, depression. This was not only from not being in school, but for my own child, this was the anxiety from having to wear a mask. I'm a nurse. I recognize signs and symptoms in mental health. Any nurse will tell you half of nursing is mental health problems. Even when you're dealing with medical issues, the root of it is usually a mental health issue. My own daughter tried to take her own life last year. I didn't recognize it like I should have. I'm trained to recognize these signs and symptoms, right? It wasn't only not being in school. She had anxiety from wearing a mask, similar to Kelly's daughter. We were on vacation. We returned. She tried to take her own life. Had to admit her into an inpatient facility. She did some outpatient treatment after that for months. And the ultimate diagnosis was severe anxiety as a result of being forced to wear a mask. When I worked in the emergency department, I took care of these kids. These kids were not sick with COVID. These kids were not sick with any other medical issue. These kids were sick with mental health problems. And as we all know, mental health problems aren't fixed easily, right? It's not like taking medication for a heart attack. It's not like quitting smoking to reduce your chances of lung cancer. Mental health problems are forever. She will battle this forever. Similar to what some other parents have said, my school district was the last to return to school. They only returned to public school after the governor mandated it. And my daughter wanted to go back to school. She wanted to be with her friends. She had a choice. The choice was to wear a mask or not go to school. Or go to school, wear a mask, and get on medication. And this is what my daughter chose to do. She's on medications that she does not need so that she can tolerate the mask. I've been in the ICU for a year now. I started last year when a couple of nurses had COVID and they were out. They needed more nurses, so I moved to the ICU. I've been there for a year. I still work in the emergency department on a per diem basis. I'm working there tonight. So I know who gets sick from COVID. It's multiple comorbidities. Age is a huge risk factor. Kids are not at risk for catching, and they're not the primary transmitters of COVID. You are harming the least at-risk group of individuals with these mask mandates. I'm here in support of this bill. I hope that you will consider passing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Linda Blake?
Hi, thank you.
Welcome.
I'm just here as somebody who works in the school. I've been working with kids for about 40 years. And I see firsthand what's happening to the kids in the schools. I work with some kids with disabilities. I see anxiety. I see fear. I see sadness, depression. In my own family, I also had a suicide attempt. A grandson with severe anxiety. Another granddaughter with anxiety. And myself, I'm really easygoing person. I've never had so much anxiety in my life working in the school. I told the administration that I could not tell kids to wear a mask because it is child abuse. And I was told to think about another job, which I have absolutely thought about and thought about and thought about. I will not tell a child to put a mask on their face. I still don't. But I see it every day. I don't want to leave the kids because that has been my life. And I just see what it's doing to them, and it is disgusting and absolute child abuse. And that's really all I want to say. Please pass this bill.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you very much. I got this last card here, and Roseanne, you've already spoken. If a person wants to come up and you can sit by her, that's fine.
She's not willing to speak. And part of that is because there are people on this committee that are not even paying attention. They're reading and eating, and it's not okay. It's not okay that someone is so afraid to speak because of the way the people are being intimidated. That's not okay. She wants to speak. It'll be less than 3 minutes. She doesn't have the
She's
courage to
welcome.
use her own voice.
Amanda, why don't you come on up and speak?
Are you okay, Amanda? I told her to go, so I'm gonna at least sit next to her. And if you can't do it, don't feel that you have to.
Welcome, Amanda.
I am not going to
Hi.
intimidate you. Thank you.
So this is something that I wrote. And it says, before you judge someone for not wearing a mask, I ask that you think about a few things. Imagine that the person resistant to wearing a mask has been held down in a forceful way with a hand over their mouth and nose blocking them from screaming for help and gasping for air. Imagine the fear that still lives within these people who have survived situations where their voice was minimized and they couldn't breathe. When you put on your mask, are your first thoughts, I wonder when the feeling of gasping for air is going to begin this time? Will it take 5 minutes or will it take 1 minute? When will the panic set in? I wonder when I speak if anyone will hear me. Imagine the feeling of their bodies shutting down as they remember the look in their abuser's eyes, the flashbacks, the sounds, the panic, and don't forget looking around for someone to save them. This is what's happening when trying to get groceries for their family, these reminders and this panic. Let's remember we have no idea what anyone around us has been through. We can only control ourselves and our own bodies. You are free to make your own choice, and if you have to judge someone else for theirs, judge lightly. It's heavy enough out there.
Great job.
Very good. Well done, Amanda. Well done. You're welcome. You're welcome. We did Linda, right? Yes. So that, okay, that's, yeah. I don't have any other cards on this bill, so we're going to close this hearing now. And we're going to take a 5-minute break here. Some of us have to stretch a little bit, and PE teachers tell us stretch and exercise a little bit.
because my son wasn't like every other child in that school. And as I went through this process, I realized that all children are very unique, and all children are very individual. And so COVID hit us, and the mask mandates came out, and they wanted masks in, stores and masks and everywhere. And my son hated it. He's still at my house, and he hated it. We spent years teaching him how to read facial expressions so he could understand the intent of people. And so he hated masks. And I heard a lot about that. But what was worse is I saw other children that hated them. I saw other adults that hated them. And I saw a split in our society between masked and unmasked. And I saw the behavior that each of us have toward each other due to this split, due to this mask. And what really pushed me on this bill was when I saw adults yelling at children and telling the children that they didn't care about their friends if they weren't wearing a mask, that they wanted to kill their friends if they're wearing a mask. And I was like, wait, what are we doing? What are we doing as people? Is this the society we want? Is what we're gaining worth it? Now, this last bill that we just heard, you heard a lot of the pluses or minuses of masks, and the arguments are out there for both sides. But I'm not going to do that today. I'm not going to sit here and try to make that argument with you. I'm going to make an argument for a couple of things. And they're the things this bill is hoping to address. And there may be some work I need to do on it still. The first thing is, who's the best person to make a decision about a mask choice for the child? Is it the governor? Does he know my child the best? Is it the legislature? Is it the school boards? Elected folks that we put on our school boards? Do they know my child the best? Is it the school? Or is it the parent themselves? I can tell you that I had a great IEP team. I had great people working with me with my son. But I can tell you for a fact, not one of them knows my son as well as I do. Not a single one. So as we look at things, we tend to say we need a solution, and we need a fast solution. And in doing that, we say, well, let's have a broad brush solution because it's the easiest and fastest to employ. One size fits all. Unfortunately, with kids, one size does not fit all. So I wrote this bill to say, hey, I think it's best, unless you can show some really significant value in a blanket solution, I think it's best if the parent that understands that child the best and that child's individual needs, individual physiology, works with the doctors, looks at the evidence, they certainly have the passion to. I mean, look at the people we have here today that came through a snowstorm to talk to you about it. So they've got the passion to do all that work. Do school boards have that passion? Were their school board members shuffling through things, trying to figure out each individual child? I don't think so. So I think the best bet is to let the parents do it. And then the other thing I wanted this bill to address is how we treat people after they've made that decision. So we have some folks that decide to wear a mask today and some folks that don't. Should we all be treating each other the same? Should I treat these folks badly because they don't have a mask, or these folks badly because they do? I don't believe we should. And so I sought with this to say, hey, we need to treat harassment shaming, okay, on masks, we need to treat that with the same zero tolerance policy we treat bullying with. We already have metrics in our school systems for, you know, how to deal with folks that bully. Okay, why not apply those same metrics to folks that harass or shame people on their mask choice, regardless of what that choice is? I really don't care. And so that's what I'm seeking to do with this bill. I wanted to make sure that the schools weren't responsible for tracking everybody's masking choice. If the parents are going to make the choice, that makes a lot of sense. But how does a school know which child's supposed to be wearing a mask and which one isn't? And so I want to make sure that it's in writing that the schools aren't responsible for that. That the parent makes the choice, and the parent talks to the child and makes sure that the child is doing what the parent wishes. That the schools don't even have to think about whether that child needs a mask or that one doesn't. That's between the parent and the child. And it's not the school bus drivers, as I saw in the previous testimony, it's not the school bus driver's responsibility to make sure, let's see, John's supposed to be, but Bobby's not. Okay, this is on this. So if there's other issues that you guys see that you want to have addressed, I'd be glad to hear from you and see what I can do to get that done. And other than that, I really do wish again to thank all the people that showed up. This was a tremendous, I mean, that's a tremendous effort in a storm like the one we're having right now. So thank you very much, and I'll take questions.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bob Dabrowski?
Thank you. I'm Bob Dabrowski. I'm from Candia, New Hampshire. I'm going to start right at the top and give you my biggest point first, and I'm going to make this real fast, so don't worry. And then talk about a little bit of the detail, if you care. RSA 358 is a very important law in New Hampshire. It is the consumer protection laws. It is illegal in New Hampshire to sell for use for virus protection fake masks. If the mask doesn't have a filter in it, you cannot sell it for virus protection. You cannot label it under RSA 358. You can't package it. You cannot advertise it. You cannot post it on the internet for that use. You can't put it on a display rack in your store. It's illegal. What we have here is a very peculiar situation where school boards are saying, well, hey, we're not selling the mask. We're just forcing the kids to wear the mask that doesn't work and doesn't have a filter in it. There's nothing wrong with that. We never sold it. Ha-ha. No, that's untenable. The notion that you're not selling the mask, therefore you have the right to force someone to wear that same fake mask, that is outrageous. This bill is so easy. It's so simple. I don't know how it, I mean, this ought to pass 100% vote. All this bill does is it stops somebody primarily from wearing fake masks. Almost all children in New Hampshire wear fake masks with no filters in them. I have some at my chair. I can show them to you if you wish. You can cut them open, shake them, there's nothing in there. They're empty. Nobody here, almost everybody here, I'm going to guess, drove here in a car. Nobody brings their car to the auto dealer and says, hey, unscrew the canister for me, but don't put a filter in there. I just want an oil change without the filter. Just charge me for it, but don't put the filter. Nobody would do that. You get an actual filter element when you get your oil change in your car. But the children are wearing fake masks with no filters in them. And then the people say, geez, I wonder why they don't work. Well, that's why they don't work. They're not supposed to work. It even says, people got all hung up on studies today. And fine, studies. I believe in studies. But you don't even have to bother with studies. You can just go right on the CDC website. It's right here. I just printed it off this morning. It says right here. Does not provide protection for airborne particles. Not considered respiratory protection. What are the kids wearing? The surgical mask that doesn't provide protection. It's outrageous to me. If you want to cite a study, you want to play that game, sure. Go on to a different CDC page. It's right here. Was not statistically significant for cloth masks. Oops. They did the study, come to find out, there was more more positive tests for the cloth mask wearers. More people got sick wearing the fake mask. This is on the CDC website. So you can just ignore all of the fog of this study in this country and China and everything. No, just go right to the CDC website. It says right there. In fact, the prevalence of fake masks is so severe that they also have that on the CDC website. You can't make this up. Counterfeit respirators. It is so prevalent. They actually have a special page, and you could just hit the down button page and just page and page and page, and they show hundreds of masks that are faked. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. So getting back to masks, N95. Look,
Bob, you're out of time.
I'm going to be real fast. So children can't wear an N95. There are no N95s in the United States for children, and IOSH won't certify them. Kids do not work around asbestos, lead. That's what N95s are primarily made for. So you can't even get an N95 certified mask for a child. They don't exist. So again, I'd like you to look at RSA 358 and look at this in the context of it's illegal to sell these masks in New Hampshire, to label, market, et cetera, for virus protection. How could you, a school board, even dare to force a kid to wear that mask that's illegal to be sold for that purpose? Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Thank you. Andrew Manous.
Thank you, committee members. Andrew Manous, Derry, New Hampshire, chairman of Rebuild New Hampshire. Support the bill and submitted petitions for it earlier. I just wanted to add to what I mentioned earlier. My children, during the height of the pandemic, I brought them out to the supermarket because I wanted them to see the world and experience other people besides their mom and dad and brothers and sisters. You know, it proved to be a teachable moment, to be sure. We had a gentleman, probably in his 40s to 60s, come up to us and start screaming at our faces and at my children. You know, telling them that their father was setting a bad example for them, you know, and then he looked to me and said, "Is this what you want to teach your children?" And I looked at him and I said very calmly, "Sir, yes, it is what I want to teach them. I want to teach them to stand up to bullies. I want to teach them to do the right thing no matter what pressure is coming up against them to do the wrong thing." And I think that this is probably one of the best lessons they've had all year. And I said, I'm gonna turn and get to my grocery shopping now. This is my cell phone number. If you'd like to sit down and have a coffee with me, we could talk about this some more. I never heard from the guy. But the point of the matter is that that was one of many circumstances, that one involving my children, and it was a wonderful lesson that they learned. I want other children to have that same ability. I think this is a great bill. Nobody should be told that they're going to kill other people because they're not wearing a mask. And unfortunately, that is not only what our government was saying, you know, Fauci being the chief among them saying lies like that. But you know, our teachers were telling that to public school children in the schoolroom, and it's just unconscionable. I don't know how you can go and look at yourself in the mirror at the end of the day and feel okay with yourself after saying something like that, a lie like that to a child. And so to that point, I began bringing a mirror around with me and putting it in my pocket when I went to the grocery store. I did not have the opportunity to use it, but my intent was if anyone started screaming at me again, I was just going to hold up the mirror and let them know that what they were doing is not what they should be doing. Look at yourself. Look at what you're doing to other people. Do you want that on your conscience? sad that we have to have a bill to ask that question, but I think we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing, thank you very much. Okay, the next individual is Kelly Potenza.
So I'm going to actually continue on with my previous testimony. So this is what I sent the, this is what I had sent the psychiatrist that met with my daughter. Mrs. So-and-so spending 18 minutes with Carmela, then coming to the conclusion that she can wear a mask, quote unquote, no problem, is irresponsible and disturbing. What kind of mental health center are you all that spending 18 minutes after not seeing her for 6 months because they shut it down is enough to make that determination after all of the information I have provided to you? It most definitely feels like a place where providers are not putting the interests of their patients first. That is for sure. You can guarantee that the Counseling Center of New England will be held fully responsible and liable if my daughter has a panic attack, anxiety attack, or any other mental health breakdown at school or anywhere else because she is required to wear a mask for an extended period of time when she has long-standing diagnosed disabilities. These kinds of occurrences can cause significant and lasting mental and physical harm. I would like to tell you 2 scenarios that happened at the school which caused me to pull my kids out. Mind you, this is a private school. The thing that was most debilitating for my daughter was because it was covering her entire face. She felt like she couldn't breathe. So she always would, if it was just underneath her nose, you know, she was okay. So there was a science teacher that used to, speaks into this bill about the bullying in a sense or shaming, and said, you know, keep my mother alive. She used to say that to the kids all the time. And another teacher, after the 3rd time this happened, I basically said that I would sue the school. So we were kind of like politely asked to leave. But in any case, would go over and physically touch my kid's face and pull the mask over her nose because she's not wearing it correctly. This is the kind of stuff that has taken place rampantly throughout the state. And I would like to, of course, I've signed that petition with Reopen New Hampshire as well. I want to make sure that that petition not only is on record, I want it on the calendar. I want that to be infused in this House. There are redress of grievances. There are rules that should be followed with that. I want that petition to be known, not just in this committee. I want that to be fully through the House, and I know that how that works, and petitions need to be heard thoroughly. I'd also like to just say the same thing about New Hampshire. The state of New Hampshire is not a home rule state. The Constitution delegates that only the general court may suspend laws of this state. Part 1, Article 29. I know my time is up. And the power to make laws, that authority only lies with, of course, the legislature. The school boards never had any authority at all. And we've been literally hijacked and held hostage because what it takes is lawyers that are not stepping up in this state and public officials that are not doing anything either, to include our head of state. So we can never let this happen again. I would really like this bill to be pushed through quickly. I mean, I know how it normally works. I want this expedited. We should be talking to the governor. He came out on Wednesday. If this is what they really want, the DOE, you get the governor behind it. We need full force here. We can't wait until June. And I just want to make that clear. If this passes through, it should be parent choice. That's pretty much it. It really needs to, this has got to get done because words don't speak anymore. So, thanks.
I'd like to invite Rachel Goldsmith. Not here. Maureen Hardy.
Hello again. I'm Maureen Hardy from Londonderry. I would like my testimony from the previous bill to also apply to this bill, and I will be providing that electronically so that you can click on the links. The previous bill was HB 1131, and this one is HB 1371. I wanted to touch briefly on the Bangladesh study that was mentioned previously that is supposedly a study in favor of masking. And I wanted to point out that even if that was a legitimate study, it found no benefit from wearing cloth masks at all. And it only found an 11% benefit from wearing a surgical mask, and that was only in the age 50 plus cohort, so it has absolutely no relevance to school children. I also want to read something very quickly. This is from New England Journal of Medicine from early in the pandemic, and it's from 5 physicians writing to the journal. And this is from the article. It is also clear that masks serve symbolic roles. Masks are not only tools, they are also talismans that may help increase healthcare workers' perceived sense of safety, well-being, and trust in their hospitals. Although such reactions may not be strictly logical, we are all subject to fear and anxiety, especially during time of crisis. One might argue that fear and anxiety are better countered with data and education than with a marginally beneficial mask, particularly in light of the worldwide mask shortage. But it is difficult to get clinicians to hear this message in the heat of the current crisis. Expanding masking protocols' greatest contribution may be to reduce the transmission of anxiety over and above whatever role they may play in reducing transmission of COVID-19. So I just want to point out that this is why it should be parents' choice. People who do not have this anxiety should not have to make their children wear masks. And if people do have the anxiety, they should be totally free to wear masks. Finally, I just want to share a small story of what I've observed. I started attending school board meetings in the fall because of my concern for the children. And I observed a parent speaking to the school board about the bullying that her child was receiving because she chose not to wear a mask. At the time, masks were optional in Londonderry. And she had screenshots of the horrible comments that were sent to her child. And she had all this evidence, and she was showing it to the school board. And she was told to just stop flat at 3 minutes. She wasn't allowed to finish her testimony. And she said, I just want to ask one question. And the school board chairman told her, we don't answer questions. So I really think a bill like this is important so that the school boards listen to parents if their child is being bullied, and also to make it clear that being bullied for not wearing a mask is just as bad as any other kind of bullying. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? You can ask.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Did you say earlier that you were a nurse?
No, I was a clinical microbiologist.
Oh, even better.
Thank you very much.
Would it be okay if I were to follow up with
Sure,
a question?
sure.
Okay.
If you have a question, yeah.
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to preface this with a, would you believe that I have an 11-year-old, and at Open Circle recently, they went around the room with a what annoys you. And one child spoke up and they said it annoys them when not everybody gets the vaccine. And when they got to the teacher spoke up and said that they are annoyed when not everyone wears their mask properly. And I want you to understand that my children have been through a lot, even though I did get the shot and I did still get COVID, but they assume because I sit here without a mask or, whatever, I'm Republican, I didn't get vaccinated. That being said, I have questions for you about this bill, and I want to ask any experts out there because I worry about unintended consequences, okay? So my questions are, number one, number one, I fear that we've broken the ice out there with masks, okay? So I'm afraid it could become a crutch. I've heard superintendents actually say, maybe we can eradicate cold and flu season, right? In the schools by having masks all the time. But my question is, and I'm not a scientist, okay, my degree's in accounting. I'm assuming we have a pandemic once every 100 years, but what happens if we pass a bill like this and at some point we really do need them? So that's part A of my question, and I'm going to give you a part B, if that's okay. Secondly, my fear also is when it comes to these particular bills, I know we're arguing that these masks are ineffective. I don't necessarily disagree. I just worry that if we push too hard on it, is it suddenly going to become that our children have to wear 3-ply masks with filters, or suddenly the N95 is okay for the child? So I was just curious, in your expert opinion, if you had comments on either of those 2 points.
My comment on A is you're worried if a more dangerous virus comes around. I'm assuming a respiratory virus. The masks will still be useless against that virus, and if anything would give a false sense of security to the public that they are protecting themselves by wearing masks out in public, and they should probably take other precautions. Part B is about more stringent masking. There could be a disease that goes around that may need a respirator that would need to be fit tested, but these respirators are not approved for, they're not approved for children. They're not for children to wear. They're not sized for children. They're uncomfortable to wear. I know when I wore one, I could only wear it for maybe 45 minutes or an hour, and I had to stop, leave the hood, leave the room, and catch some breath before I can go back to work. So I don't really think it's plausible for some kind of a universal mandatory mask or respirator policy to be put forth anywhere.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any hands. Thank you. Yeah, why don't you come on up now then?
Excuse my state of undress. My name is Rachel Goldsmith. I'm a Manchester resident of 7 years and chair of Moms for Liberty, Hillsborough County. We heard earlier that there has been no randomized control study done on children for masking, and I looked into why that is. It's considered unethical by scientists to perform a study with controls and variables on experimental devices in a potentially life-threatening situation. So the reason that we've never done a study on children or even on adults is because it's literally unethical by scientists and doctors. And yet representatives of our government believe that they are confident enough to make medical decisions for Granite State families and individuals. If masks worked, we'd see significant differences in IFRs between 23 months old and 24 months old. We don't. We'd see mass deaths in states without masks compared to states with mandates, and we don't. Public health officials have called cloth masks no more than facial decorations. I find those words extremely offensive. They are not facial decorations. They are impediments to socialization, verbal and nonverbal communication, and emotional development. They are the direct cause of 150% increase in suicide in teen girls, of doubled numbers of toddlers with speech delays. In fact, the CDC just released an update to toddler milestones for the first time in 20 years, decreasing the number of words considered normal at 2 from 200 words to 100.
This is not because children are somehow less capable of speaking for a reason other than the language development challenges associated with not being able to see the faces of their parents, of their adults in their lives, and of their peers. I know that it's hard to change your mind when you've been convinced of something for a long time, but the science has changed. We hear that from everyone. If that's true, then why are our public schools using metrics to determine mitigation strategies that were determined 2 years ago instead of today? Schools are losing students at unprecedented rates. They need to change something, or they're going to have to make alterations to their budgets. Look around today. Face-friendly activists are filling the room. Where are the people that you claim to represent? This is not for you. Who are forcing children to cover their faces. New Hampshire can be a leader in the country for freedom. The whole nation is watching us. We have an opportunity here. School boards are taking their lead from you and from state officials. Please support this bill and set the tone of science and rationality. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Kristen Jackson? Kristen? Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to say that I have definitely seen kids being bullied for not wearing a mask. The kids even go after adults if they see them without wearing masks. It's what they've been told for years. So this is definitely, as crazy as it sounds, very important to implement. I also wanted to just say, if you think of the mask timeline, if parents are choosing to send their kids to school with a mask, they get out of their car and they're using an old mask, a dirty mask. The bus drivers, we try our best. People, we can't wash our hands before we hand out the masks. We've been driving all day. We've been doing many things. I mean, I keep mine in a plastic Ziploc, but I've seen them in glove compartment boxes. I've seen them like in a pile on the dashboard. These aren't clean medical instruments the way that people are imagining that they're helping. The kids wear the masks for all day long. I think they maybe change them out at lunchtime, but they come to me with food, with bodily fluids. They cough and sneeze. They don't understand that they're supposed to change them in between that. Fellow drivers also do the same thing. So it's not just the kids, it's adults. It's germ factories, it's disgusting, and we're not teaching these kids proper hygiene. They just have to wear a mask, that's the only rule. So they can come with ripped masks, dirty masks, it doesn't matter, as long as they have something covering their face. And this is what the schools are pushing. So I just wanted to point that out, that if you're gonna send your kid, there has to be a whole system implemented in this. It's not just one mask for a day. These kids are wearing the same mask every day. If they did a spot test and just checked, everybody should take your mask off, let's see what's going on the mask, it would be quite eye-opening. And I think that this would stop instantly if we actually knew what we were breathing in. That's it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Alex Manila?
Hello again, Alex Manella, where I just want to go on record in support of HB 1371. Couple of comments on this one. Again, I just want to make it clear, right? There's no solution to this with two sides opposing each other, right? And we can cite studies all over the place. You're not going to convince the other side. You have to do what's best for yourself here. So the only solution is to realize that the power belongs to the people and for individuals to make health decisions that are best for themselves and their families. That's the only solution. Otherwise, we're going to have to keep coming here in snowstorms and calling out of work to come. We're not going to stop fighting you guys on this. So pass the bill. I highly recommend that. The other thing, I heard a question from Representative Litchfield about, what if we really do need the masks? What if there's a really bad pandemic and we actually need these things? You wouldn't need legislation at that point, right? If somebody sprayed anthrax all over the place, I know, all right, I'm in trouble here, I need a mask, or a respirator. So you wouldn't really need legislation. People would do it automatically. And then just one other comment on that. personally, I'd rather have a pandemic rip through society than have tyrants running around rounding people up for not wearing masks and not injecting pharmaceuticals into their bodies. That's insanity. That doesn't better society. Society works when people have individual choice. It's the only way. It's the only way this is going to work. So I hope you consider that and pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen Petty?
Thank you to everyone. Again, there were two topics I wanted to touch on based on questions that were raised. One, as far as my background goes, I'm a certified industrial hygienist, a certified safety professional, professional engineer. There's only 200 of us in the United States. On top of that, I was trained in behavioral psychology. I finished first in my class in behavioral marketing. One of the issues that comes up over and over again, and we need courage from our legislatures, is this whole issue of everybody's been made afraid. In the art of persuasion, there's 4 ways in order of effectiveness people are persuaded. Fear, number 1. People coil up in a ball if they're afraid and do what they're told. Emotional appeal, wear a mask to save your fellow citizen. Pretty effective. Propaganda, which means repeated message, mask, mask, mask. Logic, least effective, masks don't work. Appreciate that in context of what's going on. There have been tens of millions of dollars to sell a certain message. So we do need some courage. The second point I want to make is in the field of industrial hygiene, we have what we call a hierarchy of controls. I mentioned it briefly, but it's important. The representative in the corner said, well, what if we have a student that has this condition? We want to protect them as opposed to somebody else. They need a mask. That is not the answer. Under the hierarchy of controls, masks don't even fit. Respirators are the least desirable because people don't wear them long term for hours. The most effective control is engineering controls. You have a lot of state money available that's not being used to improve the HVAC systems through improved ventilation, fresh air, or better filtration, MERV 17 or better, or the technologies that actually destroy the virus. Those solutions protect everyone. We don't have to have this mass respirator argument. This is basic industrial hygiene that goes back to 1950. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Thank you. Oh, there is Representative Lucas.
Thank you. The ones that kill everything, are those difficult and expensive to install in a school?
The answer is no. In fact, in August of 2020, I was approached by a school district with a high school of 700 autistic children. They could not wear masks. We put in the new Calgon iWave, improved ventilation. I think they had 2 cases, I think were both brought in that year because the students wouldn't and couldn't wear masks. So at the end of this presentation, which will be made available to everybody, I put in the technologies and what their costs are, how effective they are. For schools, you'll need one of 2 types of technology. One you can put on the central system if you have air conditioning that has ductwork. There are some older schools in some areas where you don't have ductwork, you just have baseboard or whatever. And there are standalone systems that I've listed as well and what their costs are. And districts are putting these in. I've consulted for free with way over a dozen districts. If they want to play ball, I will talk to their HVAC systems, their board, whoever. If they give me 3 minutes, I say don't waste my time. If they'll give me 30 minutes, I'll donate my time. And that's happening very frequently. So the solutions are here, the costs are here, the effectivenesses are here. And I would just say, don't get trapped in this argument about masks for this group and not this group, or respirators for this group or that group. That is the bottom of the barrel solution, and there are much better solutions. They've been known for 80 years, and just don't get trapped in that argument.
Thank you very much.
Roseanne?
Thank you, committee chair. Thank you, committee members. I actually am really excited that I was able to go right after the last speaker because I just wanted to bring it up that maybe it's time to start asking why. Why is the school boards doubling down and bring more and more school boards are being brought to court over some of these mandates and some of the ways they're doing the things they're doing? Why now in my school district is the school board meetings no longer open to the public, and they're not having them? They cancel them and then they meet and vote behind because there's a crisis. So that's a big thing, is why is this happening? Doesn't make sense in a lot of ways. COVID is on the wane. So why are our school boards still insisting? Why are our school boards and our school board members and our principals and our superintendents still saying we can't trust the parents? We don't want the parents' input. We've heard a lot of testimony in this committee. I know that you guys have heard a lot of testimony in this committee about how really kind of ridiculous the school board seems to be treating parents. Maybe it's time to start asking why. I know in my school districts, for instance, they would rather put in books that are going to cost all kinds of litigation than a system like this person, that system was presented. They would rather spend the money on litigating against parents instead of trying to help our students develop normal, appropriate relationships. I've talked a lot in this committee about reactive attachment disorder, and I encourage you folks to read the definition. I'm not going to read the definition because I only have 3 minutes. But the bottom line is if you read the definition of reactive attachment disorder and what causes it, that's what we've been doing for our children for the last 2 years. Why? Why are we doing this to our children? Why the powers that be said, maybe they were afraid. Maybe they really thought that this was the next polio. Maybe they thought it was the next whatever. But why are they still doing it then? Don't you have to say why? At some point, when do we say, this doesn't make sense anymore? I've seen a lot of shaming, and I've seen a lot of bullying. And I'll tell you, part of my problem is it's much easier to bully someone when you don't feel like they're human anymore. You do this to someone, and they're not human anymore. It's easier to bully someone like this than it is like this. Think about that. The other thing is the school boards are getting a lot. I have a school board candidate right now that said the reason why he supported the mask mandate in our school was because he got more COVID money for supporting the masks. Boom. We're done. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee members? Not seeing. Thank you. This closes our hearing on 1371. Okay. Yeah. That came from the fellow from South Florida. They brought both in collectively. Yeah, or you can just leave them in there on the desk in there, so that anything that was handed out, we can hand out to people when the other members arrive. Yeah, that's what we oftentimes do. Is just there's a number of things in there for people to take copies if they weren't here for a particular hearing, etc. Okay, so let's go ahead and get this other one introduced and done.
I know you've been looking forward to this one all day, though.
Oh, yeah.
But my name is there.
Yeah, good luck. You gotta get the word out. It's hard.
That's what I've been doing.
Because, yeah, we're formally met. Do you have like I know that
Yes, sir. Huh? I don't know. I don't know if they've all signed it or not.
You can follow, besides Refill, they do a lot of,
Well, I am with Rebuild, but I don't,
you got Telegram? If you're on Telegram with them, they usually announce bigger things like this, whether it's AutoPass or they're usually pretty good about it. I'm a nuisance here, but also,
If there are people here which like to talk, can you please take it to hall? We're not done our business for the day. Well, I'll tell you, at first I thought there was something going on here, and then I said, oh yeah, they're down there doing what they're doing. I said, jeepers, are those jets going over top? What's on my mind right now? It's just, yeah. Yeah, it sounds like something just.
Thank you for coming.
It's the blade is on the floor too, bouncing along as it goes, because the floor is not totally. Yeah.
oh no, they're plowing all the snow up against that ticket Tesla.
Is that what
Oh,
you
you
drive?
did?
I figured.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and start here, folks. We have HB 1141 on the docket right now. We've heard this once before, and we have an amendment coming back to us, which is really, we needed the second hearing because it wasn't really germane to the initial bill as introduced. So with that, I'd like to welcome Representative Cordelli to our committee meeting. And to introduce, would you please, HB 1141 as you see it?
Thank you. I'll try not to keep you too long today so we can all get home. HB 1141 was originally submitted as a placeholder bill, even though OLS will tell you that there is no such thing as a placeholder bill, because we wanted to finish up the HB 581 study committee that was held this fall. And based on testimony to that committee and to other discussions with parents over the past couple of years, I am submitting this amendment and try to address four main issues in the amendment. First, related to IEP meetings. We had much testimony from parents about what they considered intimidation. That intimidation taking the form of having the school district bring their lawyers to IEP meetings. IEP meetings, the whole process is very difficult for parents, especially parents going through the process the first time. It can be expensive. I've heard from advocates who tell the story of parents going bankrupt trying to get services. So the first section is on the bottom of what you have is the first page, starting on line 25, addressing the intimidation factor and really repeating in federal law what is required in an IEP meeting, and also specifying who are the legal participants in a special, in an IEP meeting. And I have, packets for anyone who cares of all the federal law involved in this. But there is federal law related to who is involved in an IEP meeting. And in no way would a school district lawyer be an eligible participant in an IEP meeting. So I want to get that into statute so that parents have, hopefully along the way, the knowledge that that is not proper, and they can object to that participant being in the meeting. Second, coming down on page 2, section 4, rulemaking. We had testimony about how wonderful it is that New Hampshire goes beyond state law and federal law in rules related to special education. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with any executive branch agency going beyond what is in state law or federal law. Rules should be based on law. In many cases here, and I can give you, that was handed out at the 581 subcommittee, a chart that shows where New Hampshire rules go beyond state law or federal law. So I'm putting in here that it has to be consistent with law, any rulemaking. Thirdly, mediation starts right below that in section 5. And we heard from many parents about being forced to sign non-disclosure agreements. And that is what you see following there. But mediation is supposed to be a confidential process. And that's in federal law, and I recognize that. But also in federal law is the fact that it is illegal to force a parent going into mediation to sign a non-disclosure or a confidentiality agreement. So I want to get that on the record in law as well. And fourth is covered over on, starting on page 3 in section 6, and that is access to student information. We've heard from multiple parents about not being able to get records, not finding all the proper documentation in those records from the school board and the school district. And federal law also provides if they see something that has been put into the record, they have the right to object and object to that and go through a process to possibly have any misinformation as they see it corrected. So I wanted to get that into law as well. So I think that all of this is consistent with federal law and refers in most cases to the chapter in IDA that applies. And so that is the intent of this amending language to address those 4 areas that we heard often from parents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Representative Hobson and then Representative Moffett. And
Thank you,
Representative
Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony today, Representative Cordelli. I may have other questions I'm still processing, but my first question is I guess this is page 3, line 16. I think you said that information could be added to a student's folder that the parent might not want in the folder. And I'm just wondering what might be an example of that, because I can't think of something that fits that criteria.
I cannot remember testimony specific to that from parents, but there were certainly complaints about things that they objected to being in there, things that they felt were missing, information that was brought to IEP meetings that they felt was inaccurate or not complete. And in more cases than not, it was more on the incomplete information they felt not being presented as part of the record for their child. So they should have the right to review all those records and make sure that the record is complete and accurate.
Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So I'm just looking at this amendment for the first time, and it says page 3 at the top. The new language if you go down to subparagraphs J and K, Juliet and Kilo. So lines 13 through 18. So if you look at line 13, it says discussions that occur during the mediation process shall be confidential. And then if you go to line 16, the next subparagraph, parties to the mediation process shall not be required to sign a confidentiality pledge. So help me out a little bit here. It seems to me that those two statements are in opposition to each other, or am I not? Am I just?
I understand your question, and per law, the mediation process is confidential. But at the same time, going into mediation, you cannot be required to sign a non-disclosure agreement. And that also is in federal law. As it says there, or as a precondition to going into mediation.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I've got just a couple of questions right now, but I think I know I'm going to have more when we come to the exec session.
Sure.
If that's an okay to take up additional ones after
Yeah,
I've had time.
and I'd be glad to give you any of this information from the IDEA.
Oh,
as
that
well.
would be really helpful. Thank you very much,
Sure.
Representative Cordelli. So first question is in section 2, page 1, line 18, where you use the term full participants, and I was wondering how that is different than sort of regular participants, and if are full participants somehow implying that other participants are either partial or have less right to participate?
It was not my intention to indicate that they are any different than other participants. I'm sorry. Just that, and again, if we look at law, there are requirements that parents do not have to be involved in an IEP meeting, but there is a process that has to be gone through to make sure that they have been given the opportunity and documented the opportunity to attend that meeting. So I just wanted to make sure that parent participation and even the child, when possible, participation is provided for.
Okay, so it doesn't mean that an IEP meeting cannot go forward if a parent has decided not to participate?
That is correct,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, thank you for that. And then another question for this afternoon. Under current law, what cost obligations does a residential, or does the district of residence have for students with IEPs who are attending schools outside the district?
It depends on what kind of school. If they're attending a charter school within the district, then it's incumbent upon the resident district to provide for the services.
Let me rephrase the question.
Okay.
I did, what I meant is attending a school that's not part of that school district. It may be within the district they live, but
like a private school?
Like a private school
Yeah,
or
right,
charter school
right.
or something like that.
With a private school, if the parent places their child in a private school, there is a whole process defined in IDEA. It's called parental placement, and there is a formula worked out from the Title I funds, total number of kids in that district with IEPs, the funds available from Title I, and then what percentage of those funds would follow that child to the private school for services provided under not an IEP, but an individual service plan that is provided at that school.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get to the distinction between a FAPE and an IEP and special education services. And in section 7, page 4, line 4, you talk about the district of residence having to, district of residence shall fund a free and appropriate public education for children with disabilities. And it keeps going, in the least restricted environment, finishing out the, in which the student's IEP can be implemented. But the cost portion of that is lines 4 and 5. The resident shall fund a free and appropriate education for children with disabilities. And this is obviously pertaining to students who are attending a charter school.
Right, or the resident school district.
Yeah,
either way, right. Yep.
Well, there's two different things here, because if you're a child with an IEP and you're attending your resident school district, that school district they're in charge of all the costs. The same way they're
Right.
in charge of all the costs for a student that doesn't have an IEP.
Right.
But for charter, it's very different. They're under current law, I do not believe they have the obligation for the full cost of educating a student with or without an IEP, but they do have an obligation for special education costs. And that's different than a FAPE, isn't that right?
With a charter school, the resident district is still responsible for the services for that child and an IEP. And we had legislation this year about communication between the charter school and the resident district about that, and notification of IEP meetings, et cetera. But yeah, I believe that the resident district is still responsible for the free and appropriate education, and then just has to work out with the charter school where those services are performed, basically.
But isn't a free and appropriate education, the balloon of a free and appropriate education, larger than what's inside of it that is specifically special education services?
In this case, I'm talking about special child with a disability is eligible for free and appropriate education.
They are under IDEA
Right.
eligible for free and appropriate education.
Right.
I believe the New Hampshire law says the district of residence is not for an IEP student attending a charter school is responsible for special education costs, not the full cost of a FAPE. that?
Oh, I think I know what you
I'm just trying to, the FAPE is the whole,
Right.
the whole enchilada. The
Right,
special
there,
education
the resident
component
district
a
is
subset.
responsible for the services, special ed services for
Right.
that child.
Right.
The rest of the education is
Is on the charter.
is on the charter, right, based on the tuition that they are getting from the state for that child.
Right, so is this changing that?
It's not intended to. Could you repeat where
So
you're looking at?
on page 4, lines 4 and 5.
Yeah, that was not intended to change anything related to a
Okay.
charter school.
Okay, so really that's to, the resident district shall fund the special education services for children with disabilities in the least restrictive environment. Your emphasis there was really the least restrictive environment for
Right.
the student, right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Are there further questions?
Thank you very much,
Yeah,
Mr. Chairperson.
Representative Walsh.
Thank you, Representative, and Representative Cordelli, thank you for explaining this. An awful lot of what you have in here is repeating what's already in federal law, and I'm trying to understand why you're doing that.
Thank you. If you look at IDA, it's quite voluminous, as well as all the parent handbooks and state law and rules and so forth. A lot of this is coming from parents, and in many cases, it's not happening in accordance with law. I felt it important to put this into state law just so that it's there for anyone to refer to. I'm just trying to address in multiple ways, to allow parents to get the services that they're entitled to. And I thought that by putting it into state law was necessary, but also providing the reference to federal law if the parents so choose to look at the federal law. I felt it important to put it into our RSAs because a lot of this wasn't addressed specifically in our RSAs.
Follow up? Yes. So if you do not use the exact same language as the federal law, it would suggest to me that you may be perhaps creating a confusing situation for those parents because they're not lawyers, they're not going to know how to read it, and they probably don't know that federal law trumps state law in every one of these cases. And I'm concerned that, and I don't know, without going back and looking at federal law, where you are using the exact same language as federal law and where you sort of tried to rewrite it into what you think federal law is saying. And I'm wondering if you can help me understand what's happening here. Like, where are you copying state law and where are you sort of rewriting? I mean, copying
right.
federal law, where are you
Right.
kind of rewriting it?
I thank you for the question. I'm not trying to add anything specifically. So I think in most cases what you see in bold is coming pretty much directly from the state law, excuse me, the federal law, the IDEA. I'm not trying to go beyond that. In some cases, maybe the language might be a little more non-legal that is in federal law, but I'll give you the sections that I'm referring to, and but I wasn't trying to go beyond what's there, create anything new specifically, but just putting into our law, what the options are for parents in regard to IEPs, mediation, and access to information.
So, I having been at one point the parent of a special ed child, I know that you get the booklet that's got all that stuff in it based on federal law. So Isn't that already in the booklet?
Yes, there are several booklets that run, between 60 and 200 pages, depending on which booklet you're looking at. And my looking at some of the booklets is very confusing to me, and I think we've talked about, and the department has started to look at rewriting some of those because in some cases it seems to contradict one another between the booklets. So I think that clarification by the department in these handbooks is also necessary, and I think that they recognize that as well.
So, follow up on, so I have a question, and this is not meant to be nasty or condescending, and I don't want it to come across that way in any way. So, you talked about how big the federal law is. We have a big book here, too.
Yes.
We know parents are not necessarily looking at the underlying statutes. They're looking at those booklets. So my honest question is, what does putting it in state law, adding it to that booklet, why is it any different than what's sitting in the
Thank you.
federal laws?
Yeah. I think it's also important not just for parents, but for school districts to see that because, I don't know if they're going to go, searching through all this either. But a lot of these things are happening and they shouldn't be happening. And I think it's important to get it into our statutes so that districts know what the parameters are as well.
But isn't the remedy not putting it more in statutes? I mean, like many people here, I think we have way too much in both the federal, especially the federal level, but the state level too. We have way too many words is what I'm trying to say, trying to accomplish what we do. And I spent 5 years with the U.S. Department of Education Office for Civil Rights enforcing special ed laws, among other things. And what was in the books, whether it was in the books or in the books once or twice, it didn't matter. What mattered was whether a school district chose to do it. And the school districts were all aware of it. They were making conscious decisions not to follow the law. And I'm still at a loss, and again, this is just me, I'm still at a loss as to understand why putting federal law in our state law is going to change anything when it's already the law in the books. School districts are going to follow it or they're not going to follow it. And I don't understand what making the book fatter is really going to do.
It is my hope that it will maybe help in a small way so that some of these things that are supposed to be followed according to federal law will be followed. I think there will be multiple attempts. There's some in the Senate, I know. There's this. There was other legislation we've passed in relation to special education. But I think special education and services to parents are an important topic and need to be addressed, and this is just another way I wanted to address it. Having parents come in here, like we saw with the 581 Commission, crying, parents going bankrupt. We need to do things to address special education.
Try this. I would just suggest that maybe what we need to be looking at is our enforcement mechanism rather than just adding more to the thick books.
That as well, I wouldn't disagree on the enforcement part.
I have a question for you, Representative Cordelli. I'm not trying to be picky, but I've gone through a situation that has been a difficult one when I was sitting in IEP meetings every week with parents. Parents versus parent, singular or plural, is used at varying places within the legislation that you have here. On line 30 on page 2, it's parent with an apostrophe S, so it's the parent. That one parent is not a plural, is in possession there of that right to the hearing. Up top, we're talking on lines 10, the parents of the child may object to participation. I've been in situations where there are two parents not living together
Mhm.
and fighting with each other. And one wants and one doesn't want. And so the parents of the child may object to the participation of an individual in the IEP team meeting. Well, you may not have both parents. One might be in Afghanistan. Well, no longer Afghanistan, but hopefully. But somewhere else in the military, and the one that's at home is going to be making that decision. Or the one that's now living down in Texas may not like this going on. My child's not special service, doesn't need that. And so how do we account for, and I know in federal law, when I remember reading it, when you're setting up the meetings, the parent doesn't have to, but they have to have the opportunity to participate.
Correct. Yeah.
And it talks about the parent. Would it be wise that we try to clean this up a little bit in terms of are we talking about the parent or parents? You have to have permission of both of them to do something?
I'm
I don't think you do have to have that.
Right. I'm just looking at section 300.321 of federal law, the IEP team, and A1 says the parents of a child. So, I recognize your point, but, it's,
I see
think,
it too, and I'm
Yep.
looking at 322, and it says parent participation.
Right.
But then you get down and you start reading it, and they bounce around between the plural too.
Yes.
So I understand that, but this has been very, I've had a lot of conflict with it. When one wants to bring an attorney in to do something, the other one says, I don't want anything to do with that. So, something to consider.
Representative, that's not a term in New Hampshire anymore. That's not a term in New Hampshire anymore. There's no such thing in New Hampshire as a custodial parent. Really.
Well, you can have parents or a guardian. Well, okay, I have no more questions, Representative Cordelli, at this time. Are there others? Because we have Bonnie that wants to step up to the plate, I'm sure. I don't have a pink card? Yep, there's one. Okay.
Thank you.
No, he testified illegally.
Could we strike everything he said then?
Well, you can give it a shot, Bonnie.
Okay.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Bonnie Dunham, and I am here as a parent of a young man who benefited from special education under our current special education law and rules, and so I value them highly. I have to say, and I understand things happen, but I am so disappointed that with almost no notice, we are talking about making significant changes in our state special education rights and protections, the very rights and protections that parents and children with disabilities have come to rely upon for their children's well-being. And I've talked to several parents in the past few days. None of them knew this was happening. It's not in the calendar. It just says an amendment, which you couldn't get your hands on until halfway through Tuesday. And you had to go to the Sergeant of Arms office, and then later it was available online. There were a lot of people here for that mask mandate because they had months to know about it, to prepare for it. This is just not fair to families, to parents, and I know that's not something Representative Cordelli intends to be as unfair to parents. The New Hampshire special education laws have historically been reviewed and revised through very thoughtful processes that encourage stakeholder involvement. The last time there were significant changes made to RSA 186C, a work group made up of about 1/3 people representing parents, 1/3 representing school districts, and 1/3 legislators, held a series of meetings and public input sessions. Simultaneously, our state special education rules were being reviewed and revised. Hundreds of people participated in those processes directly, and more than 700 signed a petition supporting the language that we have now. If everything in RSA 186C should be the absolute standard, and that we shouldn't have anything in the rules that go beyond that, then perhaps we should go through the New Hampshire standards and pick out everything that's important to families and put it in RSA 186C. Then it would be longer, but that would no longer be an issue. RSA 186C doesn't have detail. It says children are evaluated and determined eligible by the IEP, by the school district. It doesn't say who evaluates them, how long it can take, what the requirements are, what's prohibited. That detail is in the New Hampshire standards, and that's how it's always been. And if we're going to change it, it should be done extremely thoughtfully. This amendment would lower many of the important special education rights and protections to the bare minimum required by IDEA. IDEA is intended to be a floor, not a ceiling, and states are allowed to go beyond that, and New Hampshire does. New Hampshire complies with IDEA, as we must, but we also reflect New Hampshire's unique character, history, and values by including extra procedures that support parent involvement, which research has shown is the #1 factor in ensuring students' success in school. They provide clarity, accountability, transparency. They use sound business practices and include requirements to better prepare students for life after high school. Specifically, this amendment deletes the requirement in 186C to include short-term objectives or benchmarks in each child's IEP, unless the parent agrees they're not necessary for one or more of the child's annual goals. During the last major revision of New Hampshire special ed laws and rules, because they happen simultaneously, more than 89% of people who referenced short-term objectives in their oral testimony supported our current language. I was the note taker for that work group, and I went to every single hearing and every single public meeting, and I took voluminous notes, and so I was able to calculate that. Short-term objectives allow parents and educators to understand how a child with a disability will achieve their annual goals. They provide a tool for parents to monitor and support their children's success. Teachers know how they're going to get kids from, or how they plan to get kids from point A to point B, and short-term objectives require them to write those steps down so that parents also know them. Several parents who testified said that short-term objectives were the single most important component of the IEP in enabling them to meaningfully participate in their children's education. Also, because IDEA only requires those short-term objectives or benchmarks for children who take alternate assessments aligned to alternate achievement standards, no preschooler, no child who doesn't take a statewide assessment, including those whose parents opt them out, would ever have short-term objectives in their IEP. I don't know that that's what you mean to do, or that people think that's the best idea. And then some additional requirements that we have for New Hampshire: clear timelines. We don't believe in enough, reasonable. We want to know a number of days so there's no disagreement. Everybody has a shared understanding of what's intended. Beginning transition planning by age 14 is, we go beyond the federal law, and more of our kids who finish school are employed or in post-secondary education after they finish a year after high school than in almost any other state. Section 3 of the amendment says that IEP team meetings should be scheduled at a mutually agreed upon time and place. IDEA requires that they must be scheduled at a mutually agreed upon time and place. Section 504 about adds a piece that talks about confidentiality and all of that, and much of that is already in 186C23, but not NDAs. That is not in there, and so it would make sense to add something about that. But the section about parent rights, access rights, there's an error that probably unintentionally reduces parents' rights, because most of that's in FERPA, but New Hampshire carefully considered and decided that we wanted to go beyond the minimum requirement in FERPA. We wanted to go beyond that floor. And while that amendment requires districts to comply with a parent's request to inspect and review records, in no case less than 45 days after the request is made, RSA 18966 sets a much shorter 14-day timeline for families in New Hampshire to be provided with that access to their child's school records. I think the amendment's flawed. It lessens parents' rights. It lessens opportunities for parents to be involved in the special ed process and, in fact, in their child's education. I'm not saying everything is perfect. It is not, but this is not the answer. Such major changes in New Hampshire special education law should not be rushed. We have a long history of respecting and involving parents, including when RSA 186C has been revised. Please don't let this amendment end that practice. please either oppose it or refer it for further study. And if you don't mind if I answer one of your questions that you had about what happens when parents don't agree, really interestingly, the Office of Special Education Programs issues letters when questions come up like that, because IDEA allows a parent to revoke consent for special education. And the question is, what if one parent wants to revoke and the other doesn't? And the answer is, one parent has a right to revoke it. The other parent has a right to re-refer their child for special education, and then the first parent can revoke it. And so the federal law was unwilling to deprive either parent of the rights that they had, and in doing so, they kind of created a catch-22 that they recognized, OSEP recognized, would torment school districts. Luckily, it doesn't happen that often, but when it does, there is no clear answer, and it'd be great if there was one.
Sounds like politicians wrote it.
Yeah. Oh, yes, they did. Congress wrote it, but with a lot of input from people. So I think they didn't know there was going to be a catch-22 until it was pointed out in that letter that they got.
That occurs. Representative Waltz.
I was just going to say that issue coming up across the hall in Child and Family over and over again. Exactly what you're describing, that ping pong back and forth. And it was usually resolved in the courts in the cases of who had parental authority, which is, to go with what Representative Flores is talking about, not called custody anymore. It's called co-parenting. And that's why you can't use the word custody in New Hampshire. So, but just, I'm going to say, I've heard that issue just across the hall in a different form.
Are there, well, there's questions. Representative Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I will not profess to know everything there is to know about special education. I did not have a special education student. However, I was looking at the bill on the very first page, the part in bold in number 17 through 20.
Yes.
It indicates that the parent of a child shall be full participants on the individualized education program. Is that, does that pose a problem based on the original language?
The word full participants does not pose a problem. In fact, maybe you want to say full and equal, which you technically already are, but it might emphasize it more. But on the IEP team, pursuant to 34 CFR sections 300, 321, and 322, that's a problem, because New Hampshire has additional members of the IEP team that we've determined are important. New Hampshire has extra criteria to encourage and facilitate parent involvement in the process. And so I'm concerned that some of that language would take away those protections that were done so thoughtfully. Many with the consent, with the agreement of a variety of stakeholders. In New Hampshire, we require parents to be given copies of evaluation results 5 days before meetings so they can read them and be prepared, not walk in and be blindsided. The federal law has not decided yet to be as progressive as New Hampshire. Wish they did, but they had not. And so we do what's right in New Hampshire. Just like we closed a state institution for people with disabilities, and we don't allow people to pay below minimum wage to people with disabilities because it's not right. Federal law says it's okay. Federal law says you can use electric shocks on children with disabilities. New Hampshire says you cannot. Do we want to revert to what the federal law allows? I think not.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I just wanted to ask, do you think it's necessary to have a lawyer at an IEP meeting? That was a bit shocking to me.
Yes. I think most often it is not. Sometimes parents bring one, sometimes schools bring one, sometimes they bring non-attorney members or representatives from law firms, and so that can be a problem. IDEA allows that a parent or a school district, an LEA, can invite others who have special knowledge or expertise about the child. It's somewhat unfortunate that the one doing the inviting gets to be the one who decides, and so that can lead to some conflict, but it's allowed. But they have to say that they have special knowledge or expertise. In the analysis of comments and discussion add on to the federal regulations, that question came up, and the U.S. Department of Education, in their response, discourages people from bringing unnecessary people, including attorneys, to meetings. They don't prohibit it because the way the law is written, they technically couldn't, but they definitely do discourage it. And so maybe we could ask the department to issue a memo mimicking that language, discouraging it.
Representative Leckes.
Would you be willing, or have you already, and I haven't seen it, point out the exact areas, like you did on the one full participants, the part that came after that, the discrepancies that you see, just as a list so that we can go over them and look at them? Would you be willing to do that?
Sure, I have. I mean, I don't have it with me right, well, I have kind of it with me right this second, but not in the level of detail or the accurate descriptions that you deserve. I could definitely pull that together for you, though.
Thank you.
And because I was the note taker for the committee that previous Senator Stiles was running to look at our state laws, I have lots of background about the discussions and how some of these decisions were made. And I encourage you to read the comments, the analysis of comments and discussion in IDEA, because it answers some questions. It's long, but it's fascinating reading, truly.
Thank you.
We also have available to us to get a side-by-side of this amendment versus current law in this state. And that can be done, and that's what Jen does. And Jen's background over in Hawaii was attorney/special education. So
Mr.
I
Chair?
don't know, Jen, if that's something you could possibly do or not, but it's something that I see you frequently doing upstairs is, current law to whatever we're talking about.
But,
Mr. Chairman, can I ask that if Jen does that, she included it federal law as well as state law, because I was actually going to ask Representative Cordelli, because he said he was following federal law, to tell me where he digresses from federal law. So somebody, I don't care who it is, but somebody should say, here's what's in the bill, here's state law, here's federal law, so we can see the three different standards and understand the effect of what we're doing. And where it digresses from federal law, whether we are expanding or minimizing, well, trying to minimize rights, because you can't minimize under federal law, but if our language is going to be less than federal law, we should know that we're putting confusing language in there. So I'm thinking that it'd be helpful if she looks at both
What you're
federal
going to probably
and state law.
see is where we do more than federal law
Right.
more frequently, I would think. And that for some of the same reasons that just been explained to us. But there, you could do that with, this, and this, if you got a wide enough piece of paper.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we just heard testimony about how the CFRs, this would actually limit what's under current law, and even in some cases limit federal law, and I just want to be sure that's clear.
So I think that can be added in.
Right. In New Hampshire, we have the Guide to the New Hampshire Standards. I typed it, where the regulations that we have, the New Hampshire Standards, in many places, like this does, refers to the federal law. They just cite federal law. And below each place that does that, I included a box with the exact text from the federal law, that if changes are made where we do just refer to the federal law in some places and hopefully add plus ... because they reflect New Hampshire's values, having a version of it that had something like that, 100% of the people who testified the last time the law and rules were revised found that extra piece that we had always done to be helpful.
If you have that information, could you share it with Jennifer?
Yes. So whatever's not in the box, by the way,
help
would be
her
state.
It saves some time. And we're under the timeline here of, we exec these bills on the 7th or the 8th. So we have a week.
So you could make this go to interim study, and then you wouldn't have just a week, would you?
But I think we'd like to see it when, during that exec session.
Oh, good God. Okay.
Yeah, I know it. We're under
Yes. It's very pretty, isn't it? Yes.
Okay. Well, are you supposed to be commenting when you present? We don't want to get there.
You could
We're
pretend to
sort of
ask
sliding
me
a little
while
bit
you're
into
commenting.
executive session, and we're kind of making it a work session, but given the time we have, it's not a half bad idea. So
Also the time on the clock, too.
yeah, lunch is passed. Getting ready for supper. So are there any other questions from the committee for Bonnie right now? We can talk to Bonnie after we close this thing down a little bit if there's something to further communicate with Jen or work with them. No further questions? Good. We're then done this hearing today and done our work for today. Jen, is that going to be possible to get something back by that exec session?
Yeah, I'll do my best. I'll of course be in touch if
Bonnie was very, involved when we've done a lot of this in the past. So she's a resource which you should tag into.
Okay, thank you. That's where I work. I do, if I'm lobbying, so to speak, I'm always here as a private
Yeah.
citizen.